Okay. Yeah, you should be able to hear me now. I know that it's creepy, weird because of the way I've got my layout right now, and there's probably a bit of a delay because I'm on my virtual camera. Oh shit, what's playing? Oh, my video started playing. Don't know if you guys could hear that. Yes, Nico, but I'm not underage. I'm very overage. I'm an old lady now. Hello, Madge! The person who is you're the reason we're doing this. Sorry, it's fucking 44 seconds in and she swears. You know what? Hey Congo, nice new profile picture that we got there. Look, guys, let's just get into it so we can get off this cringy face of mine. Okay, there we go. So look what we got, guys. Old ladies rule. Exactly. Hey, what's up, Arachnid? It's been a while. So look, this time this is an old recommendation from Mauler when he was once told about what I do here. He was like, why don't you do health bars for each person and then bring it down? So you know what, I've taken forever to do it. I was supposed to I did. The reason I was late is I was doing this, and yeah, it's not very scientific, as you can see. Literally this is just a picture. You can see I move this around. It's just a bar like this that I was gonna use a proper graphic of a health bar, but we'll do that at a later stage. We'll do that in another life, you know. Right now, put Mortal Kombat music in the background. That's true. That would be good. You know what? I need to actually change the settings here. Hold on, boys. Edit layouts. That's a settings. Yeah, there we go. Settings, layouts. There we go. There you go. That shouldn't. There we go. Nicely done. Don't waste some time. A life bar, yeah. So we've got a life bar, health bar, whatever. So we've got Charlie on the left, and we've got Sneaker on the right. And listen, there was some discussion of like, do we if we take health from one, do we like, if one loses points, does that mean that the other person gains? I think we're just taking health points away. We don't have to do health potions and things. There's a discussion to have at some point. We'll figure out whether we do health potions or something, or if something is like such a gotcha moment that it's a health potion. I don't know. But yeah, let's see how this goes. And basically the way that I'm going to do it in terms of bringing down the health bar, it's not like, oh, bring in red or whatever. We can figure that out some other time. I can be innovative at a later stage. But basically what I'll be doing is cropping the health bar. So it's highly scientific, boys. Highly scientific. Highly accurate. We are going to be doing great stuff. Okay, so there we go. Got them ready. Let's get them both at the same thing. I need snap lines here. OBS. Thought you had them. Okay, anyway. I'm such a nerd, you can use grey health as a buffer to wait to see how they recover from a good point. Ooh, that's a good idea. If they recover, grey health. Okay, jeez. These ideas. Oh my god. But to implement them, I will have to figure it out. I honestly hate Charlie. Okay, everybody's hating on Charlie. Listen, I'm okay with Charlie. If we're going to talk about people that I don't enjoy, can talk about Sneeko, but I don't think many people like Sneeko in any case. Many people with brains. Either way, what was interesting about this, sorry, I'm just reading chat as usual, getting stuck with chat. Why are the contestants Penguin, ZO, and Somali? I'm the captain now meme. That's exactly Sneeko. No, but the reason that we're doing this is, yes, it's a very popular debate at the moment. Because apparently Moist Critical was completely destroyed by Sneeko, and that was the thing, that fucking Sneeko, bro. Like, really? Of all the people that are going to be reasonable, are we going to go for Sneeko? I wonder if one of them will get a fatality. Interesting. Look, if you were on Twitch, I would put a prediction on there, but we can get it more interactive when I have more time to put into this. But let's get going. I haven't, you see, as I earlier as well, I did I was recovering from fun time migraine, as you see the first what do you call it? The first message were there. Ooh, I'm moving stuff around. I'm just trying to think how I'm going to present the video. The debate is a good example of why you should learn what you actually believe and why. Charlie's too normy to debate. Ooh, okay. Listen, it's a long debate, guys. This is probably going to be, we're going to get into like, going to listen to a little bit, and then, I don't know, we'll see how long this takes. It is 2 hours, but there is a lot of chit chat in the beginning, so we'll just listen to chit chat. Let's set ourselves up first. And just a reminder that I'm using XMind to do this debate diagram, and it's a great program, but it does not espouse any views that are expressed here. It is a tool. It is like if you wrote, if you said some horrible things on the phone, that's you. It's nothing to do with the phone company. So just remember that XMind is just a tool here. Anyway, foolish woman. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's get in this. What colors shall we assign people? And also, I'm going to probably, let's see if we do it in the usual format for a debate diagram, in case you've forgotten, because it's been that long, is a timeline format. So we go here, tree chart, timeline, right? Because it's a conversation, it's a linear thing, it goes blah, blah, blah. And yes, we do have relationship things that we can put arrows back to things. So yeah, the timeline is usually how I do it. So the main topic is, as you will see when I do share my screen, of I'm using the unedited one by Sneeko on Rumble. But I was going to say, it's an age of consent debate. That's what he calls it. Okay. You know what? Why not just add a link here? Because we can do that in XMind. Insert link, web page, and let's share. Get that. Copy. Okay. There, I'll put the URL in. So that's exactly the link we're going for. Insert. Okay. So literally, once I share the thing, you'll be able to go to the thing that I'm referencing in the debate I'm referencing in this video. Pay attention to your moon. Age of adulthood. If you put a red health bar under green, when you crop the green, you'll get red. That's true. That is very true. Let me just, okay, we can set that up after I've set up the, look, they're both red in their profile pictures, but let's set up the key. You know what, blue is very fun and pretty, but I'm kind of like, I'm actually going towards, it's an angry area, especially if you made me think of the moon time. There, fireplace. Ooh, that's ugly. Oh my God. We could just do the usual black background. There we go. Let's do a key quick. Sneeko, I don't know. Sneeko's green to me. I don't know. Some mustardy, it's green. And then, and I don't know, most critical, I suppose. Okay, just suggest colors. Let me see if I can. Let's go. No glitter background. Let's go. This topic is usually someone self-reporting. Well, it seems like it. Sneeko does in certain places, which is why it's kind of like, yes, he's right about this, but that doesn't mean he's right about the other things. So he's right about asking Charlie what's going on, but he's not right about the age of consent in general, as far as I can tell. Okay, so Sneeko, I don't know, what color shall we make people? Sneeko can be, yeah, green. Let's do the full. Is that hurting anybody's eyes? I know Sneeko's red pill, so it should be wet equals blue. Okay, I think that's a good idea. Sorry, I'll end up reading chat in the middle of saying a sentence. Make it a glitter. Oh my god. Populous, are you done, bro? Like, seriously. Okay, so key, Sneeko, moist, critical, cool. I guess that's it. That's as far as we're gonna go with the color coding there. And we start off. First of all, like, part of the first thing is they do look. We'll start talking, and well, we'll start watching, and you'll see that they do just talk. But considering what what Cameron suggested, I'm quickly going to give, just to make the health bars. I know we started late, but just, you know what, we're making the health bars as good as possible. Okay, let's do red. It's as simple as can be. I've just got to do that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Death bar. Okay. XMind link. This is because I'm doing it in the program. You won't be able to see it live. I'm sorry. Motrin is orange, my dude. Advil is the right. Listen, guys. I don't know. So yeah, I won't be able to. I'm not doing it using the online version, so you won't be able to see the live. The live version, unless, let me see if I do it. Look, let's try it out, Nico. I'm going to export it, but you see what it does is it usually just does the current file, and so it will only export. It will only update the. I think it'll only go. It's not going to be a live link. It's not live. Sorry. So you're just going to have to try and look at my screen. I'm sorry. Let's get our health bars in. Image. Death bar. Okay. Sorry, this is literally how scuff it is. Let's transform. I literally didn't even flip it because I was just like, okay, fine. It's, yeah. Okay, and you will be underneath health bar. Okay, and then if we move the, oopsie, and you shall be locked. Health bar over here shall not be locked. So if we change this, look, we can see the death. Okay. Look, I know now there's a red rim there, but listen, it was that or I never start the stream, honestly. Go and put you here. Yeah, there we go. Under health bar. Here we go. Cool. We're done. That's as close as we're getting to having an accurate health bar situation. Closing that. Close, bitch. Okay, there you go. Okay. The pictures of them are beautiful. You'll end up having technical difficulties. Okay, thanks, Nico. We've already had technical difficulties, but you know what? Thank you for so much of your patience. It works if the red is a tiny bit smaller than the green, but not so much the other way around. I know. Oopsie, look, I messed it up. Didn't even realize how bad it was. Oh, God. Go the other way. Come on. There. Okay. Oh, and I did the border. Okay, there you go. Stop being so pedantic. Okay, and it's locked, so I have to. Oh, it's because I wasn't cropping. There. For fuck's sake. The initial thing that I was going to do with the death bar initially was actually I was going to have literally a text box that says I 100 times. For frack's sake. Come on, death bar, move. You know what? I think that's close enough. No, it's not close enough. I'm upset. Are we done? Thank you. Okay, are you happy? It must be pretty. Okay, Sparkles. Is it pretty enough? Let's go already. Thank you. Yes, let's do that. Technical difficulties here. Wow. No. Well, Sparkles, I'm sorry. I'll do it better one day. One day. Okay, let us get this into full screen. Actually, no, this won't be full screen. Sorry, X. And we will present. No, not with that. We will do, where is diagramming show? Here we go. Okay, cool. Let's get going, boys and girls. So they're just busy chatting, okay, at this point.
You just explain it's a streaming platform. I feel like that most people know what that is.
They're like, what?
So they look, I'll let you guys hear it. We can do it on 1.5 speed. They're just basically talking about what he's like. They're so awkward for a while.
We'll say like this is the biggest YouTube beef is us, and I haven't been on YouTube for the whole beef.
Yeah, that's true.
For the whole
but like
time.
even outside of YouTube, you still have a massive platform. So like it's more internet beef, I suppose, that people mean to say.
Yeah, I know. Just some of that stuff bothers me. Like when Jinxie's like, this is the biggest YouTube beef because I haven't been on YouTube for the whole time. It is.
Okay. I don't know anything about this beef really. I've asked people for it. Like I've actually asked people to tell me about it because I really didn't know fuck all about it. So I don't really know. I want to get into the argument that they're having now. So
frustrating not being on platforms. Since then I've lost more. Like I'm in Turkey, people are like, what's your Instagram? I'm like, I have to explain like, oh, the Zionists banned me. They called me dangerous. This stuff I have to. I'm not.
One of the there we're getting into the like really Nico. Yeah, the Zionists banned me, and we don't have to get into that. This is just fun. So why is this debate happening again? You know what I'm thinking? Because they had previous beef, then somehow they spoke to each other. Let's see how this goes. I don't know. I have not. It's a very long beef, so it's years old. There's beef between them, but the debate itself, I don't know. I guess I don't know why it's Charlie, but let's see what they'll tell us.
Allowed on these platforms. And then I have to imagine explaining to a Turkish guy what Rumble is.
Well, I mean, you just explain it's a stream.
Okay, I know this is a very, very, very small thing. He's talking about, imagine explaining to a Turkish guy what Rumble is. What's pretty funny here is I actually like, so part of it is maybe should we give him a health point or something? Give Charlie a health point or something, because I like that he's just like, nah. I mean, it's a very tiny little win where it's like, no, it's not that complicated to describe Rumble. to someone. But that's really pathetic. I don't think we need to give him points for that. The first one was over cuties. Yeah, apparently that's how it was. Listen, we can't go in, darling. I appreciate you, but we have to finish. Isn't Hassan Turkish? I don't know. We don't have time to go to the other videos. This is a 2-hour video, and you know how long I take. Okay. So, and also, hi, Zax. So my friends don't understand YouTube Let's Plays. They don't understand that, but because they're Turkish. Okay. So let's see if I can do this. My media button stops working sometimes. So let's see. No points. I agree, Sparkles. I talked myself out of it. So let's get XMind up. Okay, we're just listening for now. Is the volume okay?
Streaming platform. I feel like that most people know what that is.
They're like, what's your YouTube? And
Compared to me, I mean, I could put them lower. I think I'll put them a little lower because, yeah, usually I'm just, okay.
they're like searching it up for kids and they have to download the app and then they try to watch my video and they got to sign in. But it's, I do like the challenge, but yeah. So let's talk about what we came to talk about.
Okay. So they obviously, they got together to do this talking about. So let's do it. Imagine explaining what diagramming is, but no, normal people still don't really get YouTube for watching Coco, except for
yeah, man. So with all of what's going on here, why are you so insistent on like the age of consent being like unreasonable? Or at least that's the impression most people gather from the way you speak about it.
Okay, so this started, I suppose this started with Charlie coming in to say, boy, you don't, the age of consent, you and the age of consent, that's a crazy take. And then from there, he just, this is how I understand it after not watching the whole thing yet. But from there, what Sneeko does is uses the same argument about transitioning kids, gender transitioning kids, and shows hypocrisy on Charlie's part. And that is what's everybody's blown up about. But we do have to remember, Sneeko was wrong about the age of consent. So all Sneeko's done is just use this argument against Moist Critical. So let's just get into that. Also, yeah, if you think people, boy, yeah, sorry, I'm really, that's my word of the week for some reason. Okay, so also people getting in on this, commenting on it. Jeremy from the Quartering, he made a thing about it, and he made it sound like that's part of why I want to do this, because everyone's like, oh my god, Sneeko destroyed Moist Critical, and it's like, did he? Like, did he do it just because there is a flaw in Moist Critical's thinking over here, not because he's right about other things? It's like a broken clock being right twice a day. So that doesn't mean. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Let's make a decision by the end of the stream. Did Sneeko really win? I think the only winners here are the people that didn't watch. Let's go.
That's a valid question, and I want to first ask, like, what's your
Okay, wait. First of all, let's do the main question. I like that Charlie's question was nicely put. Let's do the XMind. Let's go here. Let me split screen over here. Sorry, organize my life. What do I do here? What am I splitting you with? This. Okay.
they try to watch my video and
Okay, try to watch my video, blah blah.
sign in. But it's I do like the challenge, but yeah. So
the sneaking on Rumble is not
like
fun. 15 seconds, Jesus. I'm sure you could change it.
Yeah, man. So with all of what's going on here, why are you so insistent on like the age of consent being like unreasonable? Or at least that's the impression most people.
Okay, so the question is, Charlie's question is, why are you, literally, let's go. Why are you so obsessed with
Gather from the way you hear. Why are you so insistent on like the age
insistent? Okay, so that is the main question that I suppose that is what we came here for. And then it turns into Sneeko turning the argument back on Charlie. What are they saying? Listen, okay. Oh, Zach. Okay. I'm not familiar with Sneeko being Sneeko's thing, but my guesstimation, my gleaning of the situation is he likes them young, or he's okay with them being young, and they can get married very young. And of course, Charlie, being a reasonable person, doesn't think that that's a good idea. But at the same time, he can't apply that logic. He does not want to apply that logic to transitioning kids. So he does that. That's the main flaw in his argument. He finds them qualitatively different. He thinks that because he thinks a child can consent to changing their gender, their sex, hormone replacement, all of that. They can consent to it, but they can't consent to marriage and sexual things. So, yeah. How old are the girls in Cuties? They're like 12. They're tweens. They're 11, 12. Does Sneeko want it higher or lower? And for what country/state? I think he's made it lower. Sneeko has to think that otherwise he will disagree with his prophet. Yes, apparently that has got to do with a religious view on his side. So let's see.
He said being like unreasonable, or at least that's the impression most people gather from the way you speak about it.
That's a valid question, and I want to first ask, like, what's your issue with my opinion on the?
What's your issue? So he asks, why are you insistent on the age of thing being unreasonable? He's asking you, and then he brings it back. I think basically we could just say Sneeko actually brings it back on him and says, what's your problem with it? What is your problem with my opinion? And I'm wondering if I should put this as a branch here, because he is asking a question. It's a sub branch. He's asking a question of this topic. So we should actually do this. Come here. You go in. No, tab. What is your problem with my opinion? Sorry, let's zoom in a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. I don't want to answer. Do you think that that's what he's saying? I think he's like, no, I think what's happening here is he's like, no. You give me something to defend. He wants to defend against, he's like, no. The burden of proof is on you. So I'll say here, it switches burden back. Okay, and I'm also supposed to change this to yellow because it's commentary. There you go. So I'll call out so that. Okay, so let's see. What's the age of the girls in Cuties is the age of consent in Sneeko's opinion. Oh my God. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, cool. And he's supposed to be the voice of reason here. No. I think what he does is he shows what a bad argument it is. I think this is my prediction, is that he shows what a bad argument that is. And if you apply it, and you need to show that it is applicable, if you hold that children can consent to that, then you hold children can consent to sex. So that's the whole explosion that Charlie's been exposed to.
Age of consent, age of marriage.
Because I feel like age of consent should just be an accepted number, and I think the accepted one is 18. Like,
okay, so he grants him the answer. Let's hold on. Let's go over here. Copy style. Let's keep it going. And he's like, basically, it should be an established number. Just remember, if this is the first time you've seen a debate diagram, I don't have the transcript because we are on Rumble and not YouTube. And yes, the transcript does make things faster, but it's not necessarily what I'm doing with the diagram. I'm not necessarily taking exactly every word that they put into the diagram. I'm trying to just communicate their ideas, essentially. A lot of the time I do go with the exact wording, especially if the wording itself is something that is then further contested going on in the rest of the diagram. But yeah, this is not verbatim. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay, but it does need to represent. It does. So if you think I'm not representing what they're saying properly, please do comment about that and say, no, you've misunderstood and whatever. If I disagree with you, I will put your comment there to notify that somebody disagreed and keep my opinion in there, because this is my opinion. But yeah, that's why we diagram this live, so that we can all have a look.
Regardless of where you talk about in the world, I feel like once you start talking about someone under 18, you're basically just talking like a predator.
Okay, so he says it should be established number. It should be 18, basically. That's it. We could just add to this. Let's go here and change the structure, if you'll allow. No, I want this one only. I don't know if it's not. It's stopped allowing me to do that. Yeah, god damn it. I would be able to change the layout previously. Their branch. No, branch is the only. There's the structure. There we go. Good. I found it. Sorry, I forgot how to do it. Sorry, XMind. Brace map logic charts. You guys don't even know what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is I'm changing the structure over here to see, to show what goes on past here. It should be established number. It should be 18. So another thing that he uses is he goes 18, under 18, you're talking like a predator. Is predatory. Okay? So he uses that word, predatory. At least we will bold that. Okay, go.
Like, I feel like 18 is a pretty well-established number for most sensible people. At 18, you're going to college, you're living your own life now, you're outside of your family nest. Anything under that, you're still a kid.
Okay, he says, and okay, a part of the thing, just if we're just mind mapping his points here. Under 18 is predatory. He put that in there. Then he also says out of your parents' home. Out of your parents' home, own life. Okay, so okay.
Okay. It's not 18 in most of the United States where we both live, right?
Yeah, but that refers to.
It's okay. So his argument is it's not 18 where we both live. Okay, so let's just make sure we've got everybody's colors right. Copy style, paste style. Hey, I said paste style, bitch. Okay, no, you're not. Okay, copy. Thank you. Okay, isn't 18 because of mandatory education? You mean that's where he gets that principle for? If a 45-year-old bangs an 18-year-old, it's perfectly normal, perfectly healthy relationship. While if a 19-year-old DMs a 17-year-old, it's disgusting, illegal, predatory behavior. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Why'd we change the law, Paffy? There is a big difference there. Exactly, there is something that needs to be. There is a deeper conversation to be had there about where people are in their lives, what is legal and what is illegal. But yeah, let's get into what they're saying. Okay, we can have our own arguments. You guys can have your own arguments in the chat. I was 16 dating a 19-year-old, but we were in high school together. Yeah. Look, I dated someone much older than me, and it was not a good idea. That's all I'm saying. My husband's the same age as me. And I'm happy about that. He's still running on the CP platform. Well, clearly he is. Kidding. There is more in common between a 17 and an 18-year-old. Yes, a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old. Okay. Cool. Let's go online.
Like Romeo and Juliet laws, where if you're
Okay, let's slow it down now. We're not bullshitting anymore. So let's go normal.
like 9.
Okay. It's not 18 in most of the United States where we.
So his argument here is it's not 18 in most of the United States. So how does that? Okay, he's going on from this. It's not in most of the United. That's his main thing. Let's also just put an arrow here. This should be here. It doesn't let me put an arrow on one and then not the other. Anyway, let's see.
Both live, right?
Yeah, but that refers to like Romeo and Juliet laws, where if you're like 19 and with a 16-year-old, it's not technically illegal, but you're not a 19-year-old, right? So why would you be arguing for like a 16?
Well, first.
Okay. So he brings in the Romeo and Juliet laws. Okay. Leonardo DiCaprio disagrees. In practice, he does as well. Yes. So it's not in the so Charlie goes on with that, and he says, should I bring it into here? Hi, Daisy, do everybody say hello to the detail, Daisy. It's a huge jump to go from 18 into most states to saying 12 is okay because the problem. Exactly. Okay, so yeah, sorry, Daisy. Daisy's drawer was not open, guys. We have to stop everything. Make sure she has her drawer so she can sit in the drawer. Go on. Otherwise, she's going to interrupt us, guys. She's going to be walking on the keyboard. Go in the drawer. Okay, she's considering it. So it's not 18 in the United States. So he brings up the Romeo and Juliet laws. A 19-year-old justifying being with a 16-year-old. And the second part of that point as well is that he goes Sneeko is not 19, so shouldn't be arguing for a 16-year-old to be of age. I think that's a good enough summary of what he's trying to say there. Also, the approach that he's taking here, Sneeko, is just he's saying, oh, well, it's not. So are you against your... Charlie could say, I'm against the way the states are doing it. I'm against that. And there's nothing wrong with him saying I'm against it.
So I'm not arguing to lower the age of consent. I don't believe in the age of consent. We can get there.
Okay, hold up. That was one thing, because this was like the clip circulated as well. And it's like, I'm not arguing to lower the age of consent. I don't agree with the age of consent. That makes it sound like you're saying you don't care about the age of consent. So let's go back. I just want to hear it again.
Where if you're like 19 and with a 16-year-old, it's not technically illegal, but you're not a 19-year-old, right? So why would you be arguing for like a 16,
First off, I'm not arguing to lower the age of consent. I don't believe in the age of consent. We can get there. I want to establish some terms first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really shitty, like we can get there. We better get there, Sneeko. Like, I don't believe in the age of consent. That as a clip out of context. And you know what? Charlie's good in that because he could just jump onto it. He could be debate brained and be like, what the fuck you just say, bro? But no, he's just like, okay, fine. He doesn't jump on it immediately. Like, honestly, I would have jumped on it like as soon as he finished that sentence. Because, sorry, you what? You what, mate? Like, okay, so the Romeo Juliet, whatever. So he says, I'm not arguing for the lowering of age of consent. Okay, so this is his response. Okay, let's go. You know what? Does this make sense if I put it there? Okay, Romeo and Juliet laws. I'm not arguing for the age of consent, for the knowing of the age of consent. I don't believe, says, I don't believe and I'm just gonna say explain as a comment, just like, sorry, that is you're gonna have to rephrase that if that I don't understand. Most of his audience are children, by the way. Sneako's audience or Charlie's? Sneeko is doing what all these never red pill guys do, where they refuse to argue their position. I don't believe in the age of consent. Okay, well, yeah, you should. I think it's something worth believing in, but what do I know? I'm just a woman.
But yeah, I mean, it's not even just with Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a lot of states where it's 16 regardless of Romeo and Juliet. First off, I'm not arguing to lower the age of consent. I don't believe in the age of consent. We can get there. I want to establish some terms first.
So he wants to move forward and says he wants to establish some terms first. Okay, and I will break them up from here. I'll break them up. Sneaker's audience is large, but I don't think it's bigger than Charlie's audience. If we're going to just dick measure, yeah. Look, shall we take? I'm sorry, I'm going to take a. That's an L there. He did not. Maybe he just didn't word it properly. But you know what? I am going to take a bit of help from Sneeko there for literally saying I don't believe in the age of consent. I don't know how you don't just immediately recover if you misspoke, because when that comes out of your mouth, you kind of realize that you've said something wrong. But okay, so I'm just gonna beep. Can you see the little red there? So the first, I don't know, I would love to take half his health bar, but we are giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying, you know what, he might explain it later. But I'll say -1 over here. Okay, I think we should at least denote we've taken minus points, right? Has Charlie lost any health so far? I don't think so. Why? He just asked a question. Listen, I know we're only a couple seconds into the conversation, but under 18 is predatory. Yeah, he did mention he didn't go against the Romeo and Juliet laws. It's not that he was against them, like they're a problem. He's saying no, this is that they're quite different to a person who is of age, as in like 20 something or whatever. The actual age difference between the people matters. Essentially, he said that, but he hasn't explained it yet. So let's give. I don't think I'm taking any points for from Charlie yet. Sneeko, I don't believe in lowering the age of consent because the concept of age doesn't even exist in my mind. You know what? Like, no, he means it literally. He really does. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna take that. I'm sorry. That's an L. My time 30 surely a continuous state of loss. What? Faith and did righteous deeds and enjoined upon. Oh, well, that's great. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so thank you for sharing that. That's beautiful. Let's go.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's not even just with Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a lot of states where,
like, okay, also props for Charlie not jumping on it, because he really does. He goes, okay, look what he did. Okay, I know we are only 5 minutes in. We are not going to finish. Just so you know, we're not finishing this debate tonight.
Would you be arguing for like a 16?
well,
you know,
first off, I'm not arguing to lower the age of consent. I don't believe in the age of consent. We can get there. I want to establish some terms first.
Okay.
But yeah.
Like, he's like, fine, okay. He just says, okay, I'm coming with you there. The benefit of the doubt, that's good faith. I'm okay with that. Good for Charlie. We're not doing health potions, but if we did, I would say that's a health potion because you can't use that later. It's not social credits. You can't do that. Okay. I want to establish terms first. So he's taken control of the conversation. So what was his terms that he's establishing?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just with Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a lot of states where it's 16 regardless of Romeo and Juliet. And then you go to Europe, most countries are 16. Japan, I think they just changed it. It was like 13 or 14, and now it's 16. Brazil, it's 14. I saw that from a Nelk Boys video. They were joking around about how they should, like, when in Rome, they're in Brazil, so they might as well sleep with a 14-year-old.
Right? Okay, wow. Okay, but hello. Hi. He wants to, you're not actually establishing terms. I love that you wanted to establish terms that you like, because that is good. That is a good thing to do in your debate, is because a lot of the time, such as law, you are disagreeing on definitions. Here it's quite simple to decide on a definition. And Charlie had said, it's 18. What I think is the age of consent is 18. What is yours? And he goes all over, we're going all over the world. Instead of saying, well, the age of consent is highly contested all over the world. Maybe you could say that. We need to know what you think it should be, Sneeko. That's actually, we're in a conversation with you. So we want to know what you think it should be. And we need you to say that, because Charlie said something just as clear. He said, this is what I think it is. And you could then ask him to back that up. You could argue with him about Romeo and Juliet laws and things like that. Then you can start talking about actually what does the difference in age mean? When does it stop mattering? That whole thing. No, but instead we're just gonna go all over the world. He's giving us things, but he needs to formulate the rest of the argument. And I know I haven't let him finish talking, so. In fairness, neither of them are masterful in crossing the argument. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Listen, that's you can't expect that. They are not debate bros. Well, isn't Sneeko thinks he's a debate bro? I don't think Charlie thinks he's a debate bro. Charlie's just an internet person. He doesn't want to give his answer. Yeah, exactly. He says, like, I want to establish terms, but he does not establish terms. So I'm going to just put as my point here. Does not establish. I'll take it out if he does. Okay. Let's see what he's trying to establish here, what he says here. Sneeko is one, and Charlie claims he didn't even realize this was a debate. Charlie, you know what? Charlie is in a good state in that I didn't know age of consent was an argument, love. That is true.
Across the world, 18. I want to see, like, why do you think 18 is the age of consent?
You are so right there. Congo said he's not going to bring his own part of the argument. He just puts the burden of proof on the other person. He goes, you tell me why 18 isn't. He doesn't bring his own arguments. He's like, you tell me, which, you know what, that's fine. Make that a thing so that we then as viewers, we get to figure out why we think a certain thing, which is what Madge was also saying. This is a good way, a good example of why you should know why you think things. That's you need to know. You need to question yourself. So I want to establish some terms first, and he doesn't. So he mentions age of consent in different countries and states. And let's go. He goes, I'm sorry, I know I'm going to go. Hi, MSK. We're doing some spicy things here. I hope I don't get cancelled. It's not me. I didn't say the things.
Terms first.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's not even just with Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a lot of states where it's 16 regardless of Romeo and Juliet. And then
okay, so he goes, there are states without 16 regardless of Romeo and Juliet. There is, what's the next one?
you go to Europe, most countries are 16. Japan, I think they just changed.
16. Japan. Japan, 14. He said something about Brazil. 14. Oh my God. Oh, it's so icky. It's so gross.
It was like 13 or 14, and now it's 16. Brazil, it's 14. I saw that from a Nelk Boys video. They were joking around about how they should, like, when in Rome, they're in Brazil, so they might as well sleep with a 14-year-old, right? Or across the world, 18. I want to see, like, why do you think 18 is the age of consent?
So he doesn't establish the terms. Then he asks the question. So I'll put it in a separate block because he's like, okay, you can see this. So basically, he hasn't articulated as great as I would want him to. If this is what his argument needs to be, he should be like, well, there are places where it's not 18. So I need to ask you what makes 18 right for you. And that would be a better looking, but it does the same thing. It does the same. So I would want to ask you, Sneeko, why do you know that? Because he watched someone that said when in Rome or whatever. Oh my God, that just, no, I can't. Drawing idea. Kitty watching a penguin and a snake fight.
Because that right now is the one that makes the most sense. I guess
been around about how they should, like, when in Rome, they're in Brazil. So
see, that's the thing. Sparkles there. He was talking about who these people are. I don't know, some channel.
They might as well sleep with a 14-year-old, right? Or across the world, 18. I want to see, like, why do you think 18 is the age of consent?
Okay, so he literally just asked, why do you think 18? Why? Okay. You know what? I'm okay with the Romeo and Juliet laws. That makes sense to me. Slightly, okay. You're both in the same stage of life. One is not fully adult and one is young adult, and I can understand that. You're both in high school. This is the thing that Sparkles was talking about. But when you're saying a 14-year-old can consent to an adult, a man, no, it just doesn't work. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work for me. Sorry. Without answering the question, he's setting up other people agree with me, so you must be wrong. Yeah, exactly. I'm actually going to put that here. I'll do that. Congo Chris. I'm just going to say it without answering the question. He is setting up other people agree with me, so you must be wrong. Yeah, it's kind of an appeal to authority there. Authority of just appeal to other people. Just like, well, there's other people that do this, so why do they have grooming laws in the UK? But younger than that. Some states say here it's 16 as well. Yeah, but 16, it depends on who the other party is, in my opinion. It really should. 18 and 27 didn't make me uncomfortable when I was 18. 20 and 24 made me uncomfortable when I was 24. Interesting.
Because that right now is the one that makes the most sense. I guess to piggyback off what you're saying. So if you're traveling right now, if you go to Europe, are you going to be comfortable, like, hooking up with a 16-year-old? Like, just because it's legal there, would that make you feel comfortable?
No, I don't hook up anymore.
Okay, well, that's it. Okay, so so we've got, this is, I want to establish terms, doesn't establish terms, and then he goes, why do you think 18 is the age of consent? Let's go. Next thing that he does is, Charlie says, it's the age that makes the most. So he doesn't give much of an explanation. It's kind of like then he splits it to go piggybacking off of what he said. It's I'll even draw a little line here to show that he's talking about this. I'll even put piggybacking. Take off the caps lock. Oh my gosh. Thank you. And let's do this. Okay, if the age that makes most sense, let's get our blue. Nico's doing most of the talking here. Okay. The age that make most sense, and then he goes, if you were traveling so basically he's asking, just because it's legal doesn't mean it's right. Would you hook up with a 16-year-old because it's legal? So another paraphrase of that would be so just because it's legal doesn't mean it's correct. Okay. Okay, if you're traveling, let's see what he says.
More.
I'm not saying that you do, but I'm saying if you were, single and looking for someone, would you feel comfortable with it being a 16-year-old if it's in Europe versus US?
I wouldn't do.
Okay, so this is a stupid argument. The response from Sneaker, I don't hook up. That is not the question, sir. Okay, that's not the question. That's like the bad faith debate bro thing. Like, I'm just never going to agree. I'm not going to even answer your question. I'm just going to make sure that I don't answer your question. It's like, you know why he's asking you this, but you're just going to be difficult. So he's just like, oh, if you're traveling, would you hook up with it? I don't hook up. And I will. I am. Why would I diagram that? I'm putting that in just to show he's just being difficult. Making a show, like, he's just being difficult. He knows why. He knows why. Well, I don't mind read. He's just being difficult. I am mind reading in that I'm saying what his intention is there, but I don't know what he knows. I don't know if he even thinks as far as what is Charlie doing with this question. I can't talk to people who refuse hypotheticals. True. But I did eat breakfast this morning. I'm pretty sure traveling to take advantage of age of consent is actually illegal in many places. Okay. So if you're going to keep doing that, we were trying to keep the conversation relevant here. You're starting to make me think you're a bot, just putting whatever in. So we're going to have to stop that if you do continue. Sneeko cried. Do you know what made Sneeko pop off and get him attention? Sneeko was on someone's live stream and talked about how he watched his girlfriend have sex with a dude right in front of him. And he cried. Okay, well, that's great.
Do that. Like, I would not have sex before. I think sex, like, out of wedlock altogether is something that we should not encourage anymore.
Okay, so he just uses, he's using this as a look how based I am. I don't believe in sex out of wedlock. That is not you're going off track. That's so I don't hook up. I'm just going to do this. I don't hook up. I'll actually put it in the same block. Sex before marriage isn't something we should do. Like, he's using this to show how based he is now, because he doesn't believe in, to show beliefs about something else. As opposed to answering the question. This debate was wild. Hey, Jeb. He doesn't admit he wants a theocracy. It's what he's actually arguing ultimately. But that's the thing. Admit what you own it. See what it is. You're not a bot. Okay, thank you. I'm glad.
And having the age of consent, having that idea encourages people to have premarital sex, right? Just
okay. So having the age of consent encourages people. Having the age of consent encourages to have sex out of wedlock. Okay, that's one way you can justify this explain thing over here, right? But then my caveat or my question for Sneaker would be, whoa. Okay, well, when is marriage? When can you get married? If that's your agreement that you don't want sex outside of marriage, you better not be saying marriage is okay at 12. Then we're going to have a problem. So I'm hoping, and I know, considering the way people feel in the chat, it sounds like that's not how it goes. Sneeko, seriously, want to be a man? Oh, I bet the dude who cupped him was married to Sneeko's girlfriend. He'll explain that soon, I think. Okay, cool. So yeah, having sex under the age of consent, like that I will put a relationship thing here, because we are being good faith. We're understanding that's what he's explaining. He started, the explanation is here. He expands on this. He doesn't get into it, but I think there's no free will. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't hook up. Cool. So that's look at you, base boy. You don't hook up. Okay, cool. I'm very happy. I don't agree with hookup culture either, but I'm not going to be like you need to go to hell for that. So I'm pretty sure Sneeko is arguing theocracy publicly. At least he was pro Fuentes when he was arguing for Catholic theocracy. Yeah, he's decided to, I think I don't know. I wonder how true his conversion is. Or if he's just like, oh, look how based I am. Okay, let's continue. Oh, what?
Just that term, age of consent.
What the hell happened? My headset went off. Headset paired. Come on. Okay.
That means you're consenting to something that we should, like, I would not have sex before. I think sex, like, out of wedlock altogether, is something that we should not encourage anymore. And having the age of consent, having that idea encourages people to have premarital sex, right? Just that term, age of consent, means you're consenting to something that we shouldn't be doing.
Okay, let's do that here. Age of consent. Implies you are consenting. It's something we shouldn't even be doing. Okay. He needs a timeout for 10 seconds. Okay, yeah, that's okay. Sparkles, you can do that.
So no, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, so then instead of let's take it away from like premarital sex. Would you feel comfortable marrying a 16-year-old? Like,
there we go. Good boy, Charlie. Because fine, if we're going to use your standard, Charlie's going around. He's taking. Look, Sneeko is directing where this conversation goes. Charlie just comes along for the ride and asks questions along the way so far, which is fine. I think it's okay, especially when you're just trying not to be confrontational. He seems like a guy that doesn't like being that confrontational. Like people. Jeremy from the Quartering was criticizing him for being nice to Logan Paul or something in person. I'm just like, yeah, he's just not. So they have online beef, but then he was being nice to him to his face. Yeah, I guess you can have a whole conversation about how you should act with people that you've had online beef with. But it seems like Charlie just wants to have no confrontation, so he's just trying to be nice. So, but whatever. He seems like a guy that's not confrontational. I don't know. if you, or at least like not looking, not seeking for this. Yeah, okay, anyway. Tell me if I'm wrong. If you're traveling, would you hook up? Then you go, fine, regardless of age of consent, fine. Would you feel comfortable marrying? Did you say 16-year-old? Sorry.
Would you meet a 16-year-old with romantic intent if you're in Europe, and maybe marry a 16-year-old?
Okay, so he's going marrying a 16-year-old. And he does say in Europe. I'll just put in Europe. And I will also note using Sneako's scenario to find out his reasoning. Okay, I think that's a good thing. But Sneako's also preferences, yeah. Paffy who? He's thinking the hypothetical chick, Sparkles, how hot is she? Then he'll see whether he's comfortable marrying her.
I
Nothing
wouldn't.
sexual.
I probably wouldn't personally, because I don't think that I'd be on the same mental playing field. I'd like to have intellectual conversations. I like to be with women that are around my same age, because
okay,
then I can have conversations. I like to relate to them. You know, I think there'd be too much of a gap. But other people, like, if they're able to get along, then I don't see why that's so much of a problem.
Okay, he like swallows, like he knows he's doing the scary thing. That he's doing the answer. Okay. So pay style, comfortable. What's Nico? What doesn't? No one said Nico is wrong for saying 20-year-old and 50-year-old from Nico. This is 16-year-old Amelia Clark. Okay, are you asking? Guys, we're gonna get RIP YouTube. Okay. Would you feel comfortable marrying a 16-year-old in Europe? And then he goes, let's see, how are we mapping when you answer? He's answering. Wedlock, right, you build, let's see the answer here. Okay. 16-year-old. Wouldn't, because we wouldn't be on the same mental level. I prefer women in my age, closer to my age. And the major point is but actually that's for him. And then let's actually put him here. The next part is he goes, if other people can get along, then I'll put there despite the age gap. Then there's nothing wrong. Guys, that's not, can we please not argue the holy books in the chat? Can I please ask that? Everybody, just don't do that. We're busy talking about this Sneeko debate here. If they do talk about the Quran, let's talk about it then. But I would really prefer if we stuck with what these two individual human beings over here are talking about. You can see that in the chat, most of the people in the chat are not wanting to have that kind of conversation. Could we try? Maybe try and converse with the people in the chat even. You don't even, just try that. yeah, I really don't want to be banning or timing people out for having these for having their own religious things, but I don't want to disrupt what we're talking about here, especially if you're just going to be just quoting. Nobody, you know what, eventually, you know what, I think it would be better if everybody just ignore it completely. You don't need to time it out, just let it go. Okay, I think that's the best way we'll deal with that. Okay. Okay, so if other people can get along despite age gap, then I have no problem. So let's do that. Okay. There was no argument, just trying to get them to act human. Okay, thanks, guys.
But why don't you see that as a problem? So for you, you're recognizing like this person's much younger than me. It is a kid. Like you are talking to.
Okay, so let's define these terms. Let's
in high school.
Oh, so he's going back to the let's define these terms.
Before we even get into let's define these terms before we even get into this.
Oh, he's got this. He's heard this. Somebody use this. Let's define these terms in a debate that was good, and he's like, that's a good way to pause the conversation is to say let's define the terms. I'm feeling that's my instinct is that he just leans back on this line. Maybe he does know. Maybe he is, because the evidence shows what his first time he leans on let's look at the terms. He actually wasn't using it. So yeah, let's see. Prefer close to my age. So now Charlie goes and says that's a great thing. Sorry guys, we have to listen to things fast because there's me understanding and then me just wanting to get the right short code of it. I think.
But why don't you see that as a problem? So for you, you're recognizing like this person's much younger than me. It is a kid. Like you are talking to.
Okay, so let's define these terms.
Okay, so for you, why is it a problem for you though? So I actually think we could put that here. Or is it it's a question coming off of that? Why is it a problem for you though? Prepare for word game flustercluck. Flustercuck. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, why is it a problem for you though? You're saying the age group. She's too young. Basically he's just asking like, okay, fine, you do have a problem, you personally have a problem with it, so explain yourself, explain your problem that's personal. And now we go to, I want to define the terms. Let's define, actually I'll put that here because it doesn't follow on. That's a follow on, and this is no. Let's define terms. Okay, and I will have a line because we're counting how many times he defines terms. And if he does not define terms, I'm taking health off. If he does not define terms, I'm going to take health off for that. Let's make this a zigzaggy bar. I'm going to say repeated technique. Okay. Sneeko is trying to avoid saying the phrase personal preference. Okay, let's define terms. I honestly, let me say here, prediction. Is a way to slow the conversation down. Hey, Gooch. How you doing? Define terms is a way to slow the conversation down and restart where he wants. That's just my prediction.
Sophomore in high school.
Before we even get into, let's define these terms before we even get into this conversation. What is a child?
Okay, so he is defining terms. I will not take off I won't take off points yet. What is a child? Okay, that's his question. That is defining terms. I will give it to him. Actually is. Okay, let's put that there. Okay. I like that, Walter Maryland. Let's do that. I hope that works.
I would use the age of consent. Under 18 would be a kid in my eyes.
Okay, so there you go. Charlie's consistent. If he was down on points and we were doing life potions, he would get a point up because he's consistent at least. There's some logical consistency. So what is a child? And Charles says, I just like saying Charles. Charles is a cool name. We got our own Charles. Okay, so defining what is a child, I would say 18, under 18. And he does say is a child, in my opinion. And remember, this is basically the guys. Guess what? These are just two people that are saying their opinions on the internet. That's all. That the only thing that is behind them is more people have seen them than you or me.
So a 17-year-old who's 364 days, that's a kid?
Yep. I'm gonna use very hard set terms. If it is under 18, even if it's 17, 364, that's still a kid.
That's a kid.
Okay, so he's asked a question and Charlie has answered. He's actually answered. Under 18 is a child, in my opinion. Cool. Is 17 and 364 days still a child? So he goes, yeah, I'll use a hard definition. Okay. Perspective that he's gonna set himself up for that. He's not gonna try and slither around it yet. So far, the fact that Charlie is not slithering around, very good. But let's see.
Okay, so right now, I think it's important to have these hard lines in the sand where it doesn't have this kind of wiggle room.
Okay, why?
Okay, so he says he wants his hard definition, important not to have wiggle room. Okay?
Does that define kid?
Okay, so then he asks him, why does that define kid? So I think we could go here. Why does that define kid? Okay. These are reasonable questions to be asking. Go.
As I said earlier, at 18, at that point, you're going out of high school, you're going to college, you're living on your own, you're no longer, a child under your parents' roof, for the most part, extenuating circumstances, of course. But at that age, you are starting to become independent. You are no longer just in your parents' household a kid. You are now going off into the world on your own.
You do it.
Okay. So yeah, he is allowing. What I'm liking is that Charlie is not going. He's not thinking ahead and saying this guy's going to say this about my point. He did say extenuating circumstances because he does. I think what does come to mind is like people that left the home at 16 and things like that. So he knows that this definition could be attacked, but he's allowing that. Let's actually have that conversation. Let's not just try and curtail. Let's have those conversations. Let's have that. Let's what do you call it? Let's examine that statement rather than try and weave around what your opposition is going to do. Let's have the conversation. Let's go all the way through it and see what we discover. Yeah, Sneeko has not answered one question. No, he asks a question back, saying it's valid because it's the law isn't exactly a buttress to your position. Yeah, that's also another thing. There are other ways around it, like it's the law. That is something that Moist did bring up. He was like, well, yeah, okay, fine, it's legal, but if you go to those countries where it's legal, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? And he has nailed him on this fact that yes, he would be uncomfortable because of the difference in age group, in ages. But then he says but other people are welcome to do that. He has no problem with other people. Okay. Also, hi, Stug. Okay, so thanks, Nani. Appreciate that. So, okay, why does that define kids? So I think that's a good question. It is actually asking. He is defining terms. So well done on that. I wonder if do we take points? I don't think we'll take points off here because mental level up from women, but if other people, so Charlie did make him admit to that, but he's owning it. Okay, let's define terms. What is the problem for you though? You're saying age difference is a problem. Why is it okay for other people? I think that's a good point, but let's see where this goes. If this branch brings us to some sort of win, because his attack goes against Charlie's this with let's define terms. If this branch here needs to answer that branch there. So let's see how we go. I'll use a hard definition, points wiggle room. Why does that define kids? So that actually over here, he actually isn't even answering this question. He's actually answering here. I will put this line here. I'll do a solid line. It goes here. Okay, go back. Come back here. Relationship move. Thank you. And we will put you as solid line. And we will put you as elbow line. There you go. Referring back. Actually, you know what? We do need to have you be bendy. Actually, solid line doesn't work. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Damn spell check. I want to hear what Charlie days. Hint, he's a millennial. Winning a debate also doesn't. Yeah, that is true. Winning a debate doesn't mean that the position is correct. It just means that your opponent was not able to defend the position as well as they could have, or that is not necessarily that's not necessarily a win. I think we should take a point for every three questions doesn't. Okay, so he hasn't answered this. He did answer this question. So that's fine. But yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing. Let me favorite that so we can just remember. We should take a point for every three questions Sneeko doesn't answer. So Sneeko hasn't answered one question. But actually this over here he hasn't answered. This over here, you're right. I'm going to put a little marker here and put a question mark to see if it is. Hold on, guys. I have a very important message to send. Hold on. Okay. Didi is sleeping. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, take a point off for every 3 questions. I think that's reasonable. Oh, I scared Daisy away, guys. Daisy? Yeah. Sorry, Mom. Okay.
Admit that varies for most people, right? A lot of people don't move out of their parents' homes until they're 25, 26, 27. A lot of people don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
A lot of people graduate high
whole.
school 16. A lot of people graduate high school 20. It's a huge variable. So to set that in stone is that this is when you're a kid and this is you're an adult. That doesn't apply to most people.
Yeah, it's not a good that's not a good way. I understand why he would want to define it that way, but it's easily dismissed because people do leave the house at that age. Well, somewhat easily. You'll just have to defend it. That's the thing. It's pesky. It's a pesky thing. Why does that define kid? And he does go. It's when you're leaving the house and becoming independent. Okay, and that is, I agree, Sneeko is attacking it in the right direction. That differs from person to person. And my comment there for Charlie was at least he's letting this discussion occur. A lot of people will not get into they'll try to dodge the consequences and stay away from defending this point. But let's see him defend this his point. And I think what will happen is this is just going to force him to explain himself further, which is what conversation usually does when you're arguing with people, is they explain further. It's when you're leaving the house and becoming independent. Oh, see. Then we'll say that differs from person to person. I will just put examples here. Some graduates high school at 16. Some live with parents until 27. So yeah, the fact that it differs, I'll just explain it further. The fact it differs that's a hard discussion to make, or like a hard fact that differs from person to person makes that a, what does he call it? Sorry, we're just gonna have to take our time.
People don't move out of their parents' homes until they're 25, 26, 27. A lot of people don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
A lot of people graduate high school 16. A lot of people graduate high school 20. It's a huge variable. So to set that in stone is that this is when you're a kid and this is you're an adult. That doesn't apply to most people. So why would you define a kid and an adult if it doesn't apply to most people?
Okay, so he's saying that makes the definition not apply to most people. So his question is, basically what he's doing there, he's just calling into question Charlie's, just calling into question Critical's definition. That's all. It's literally just asking a question. It's not a win. It's just asking at the moment. Okay. Well, it is a win at the moment. Let's see how Charlie describes it. Why does that define kid? Differs from person to person. This doesn't mean he's got him. It's no, I need more information. Okay, so let's see how he goes. Sorry, let me just catch up a little bit with chat for a sec. I won't go through everyone. But here we had, I was supposed to be putting a question mark in. What does it define kid? House and being independent. yeah, there is the question that we want him to answer. It's just, why is it a problem for you though? We don't really get that. Actually, you know what I was thinking? Actually, what we could do, guys, I don't know. Let's see how the real mind map nerds in the chat will have to give me their opinions. Because he goes, let's define terms. And arguably, let's define terms brings us back to, we could have another branch here. Literally, if we went enter, like the new part of the conversation becomes, what is a kid? This is one of the things that gets me when I go back on my diagrams. There's so many ways to actually depict something. So this is just a timeline. The reason that we've put it in the structure is this is a timeline of the conversation, right? But you could put a new branch here to denote these major things. I don't know. If anyone has an opinion, share it. But let's see what's up in this chat here. I saw some faces. Let's see. The thing about this debate is that Sneeko isn't taken very seriously, meaning that no one is going to lose respect for him, while Charlie is seen as reasonable, which makes bad takes from him more viral. Absolutely, Isaac. That's actually, that's definitely why this has actually gone. Obviously, because the Sneeko fans get rabid and go, look, we won something, we did something. And then obviously people that follow Moist are like, oh, Charlie, that's a bad take. We expect you to be a bit better at this. On the other hand, you get Jeremy from the Quartering who doesn't think Charlie's that reasonable. He just thinks that this guy is just a reaction guy. I don't know if that he was like, it sounds like he was talking about Sneeko, but anyway, I do just from what I know about him, it's not like I'm a mega fan or anything. I do think that he just has basic, reasonable, common sense takes most of the time. So it is, you're so right. It is so when it becomes more of a big deal when somebody that you're expecting to be reasonable comes out and does something that was not reasonable. We know Sneeko's full of shit, so there's nothing new happening here. Okay, a lot of this is being used against Charlie for gotcha that people who hate him can use. Yeah, it's people that already hate him, so they're like, look, he did something wrong, and it's just like, and they hate him because he's popular. That is literally, they hate him because people like him. It's just, how do you like that guy? I don't know, it just doesn't seem that offensive to me. Charlie shouldn't have had this debate. Either you say the law is the law and look dumb for lacking nuance, or you wade into nuance and lose the argument because it's ultimately arbitrary. But yeah, that's basically what he's doing in this debate. Is he's trying to have that hard line and say that's the way it is, and then let's see how it goes. Also, just why have a debate with Sneeko? But you know what? Let's see how he does. So far, look, only people, us that are going into the minute details, will be able to figure out whether he did well or not. Other people will just take the clips and take that and be like, well, like the clips do seem to be quite it's a common argument that you get with the transgenderism thing. It's transitioning children. It's a common thing, like, oh, you wouldn't let your child get a tattoo, but you would let them get a double mastectomy. You know, that sort of thing. Okay. And it's just as Isaac said, it's just because it's Charlie saying this that you would expect him to not have that unreasonable take. This semi-made Sneeko look less weird and Moist lost in the eyes of weirdos on X. Yeah, that's true. It is when Sneeko looks like the voice of reason. What? And they're not going to see the whole debate. They're going to see the little clip where Sneeko got a gotcha. That's what they're going to see. All this is doing so far is making me think Charlie probably has friends. Wow, he has friends. Brain development applies in every human being. Oh, that's true. Whataboutism, avoiding defining terms, shift goalpost, rinse, repeat. Well, look, he isn't defining, he isn't shifting, he has now defined, well, exactly, you know what, I was about to say he hasn't avoided defining. He isn't defining it. He's making Charlie define it. So once Charlie tries to hold it down, then he moves the goalpost. You're absolutely right. I need to write that here. Whataboutism. Let's do this here. I'm going to put that here. Congo Chris. Whataboutism. Avoid defining term. Shift goalpost. Rinse, repeat. Yeah. Okay, cool. Charlie also had his own morality used against him in this. Yeah, that's what was so sensational for most people. John Tron thought he was just having a conversation with Destiny. It didn't stop the debate from getting to him. Do the debate bros care about actual morality versus their morality against them? Like, proper debate bros just shift what they're arguing to make sure that they beat the person they're against at that point. It doesn't matter what they truly believe. Living with parents is not the same as having relations with a relative stranger. You know, that's a great comment. Let's see if Charlie goes there. Do the let's see, too much pineapple does belong on pizza. You know what? I think pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. That's the only place it needs to be, but it can be. It's an option. I like to call this spiral tactic, circular reasoning with closing the loop ever. Nico's doing that. Okay, I'm going to have to put a floating topic for you there. Actually, or you know what? I'll just give you a Control Enter and call this a spiral tactic. Circular reasoning without closing the loop. Circular reasoning without closing the loop ever. Cool. Charlie's own ignorance is of his own stance hurts him. Yeah, but I think that people shouldn't be dropping him for that. I think it's normal to go through this, and he should be doing this. He shouldn't be needing to speak to Sneeko to figure out what he thinks. I think, as you said in the beginning, it's like you need to figure out why you think things, have them challenged. Luckily for most people that are not internet celebrities, their opinions are just challenged in the comment section and stuff, and with their friends and whatever, and they carry on with their lives. This is now for everybody to see, and you have the other side going, look at this ridiculous person, whatever. I feel like I've been told that, and therefore I trusted people, so I do have hope that this is what Charlie is like, that when he is presented with an argument or reasoning, he does seem to actually take it in and think about it. So this might have changed his mind, but then again, who knows? I don't know. I didn't see anything. I haven't watched a stream or anything of his about this. But it's just because it's Sneeko that's revealed a weakness in your argument doesn't mean you should shy away from admitting you're wrong. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you shouldn't go, hey, you do know that Sneeko is like still kind of, okay, we ask ourselves, it's not about whataboutism, it's just like, let us not forget that Sneeko also was kind of weird about the age of consent, guys. That's the whole reason we were talking in the first place. You just got one gotcha, and that was amazing. They hate him because they ain't him. Yeah. Okay, let's go. I can't get all. I'm an honorary Canadian. Oh, well, thank you. Okay. Kitty, you're as a mother of my pizza, do not. What? How could you, as the mother of my kittens, not like pineapple on pizza? I absolutely love pineapple on pizza. I'm Italian and I love it on pizza. I'm a problem. They've actually taken my citizenship because of it. Okay, let's go. Thanks. Break over. Let's see.
Because it needs to be defined. Otherwise, you can get into this really gray area where you, like a lot of the things you say, can be misconstrued as you wanting to have sex with a 15, 16-year-old.
Who construed that?
Oh, no. We don't have time for that. The fact that it differs from person to person means that we shouldn't have it. So what is Charlie's conversation? Sorry. I need to.
A lot of people don't move out of their parents' homes until they're 25, 26, 27. A lot of people don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
A lot of people graduate high school 16. A lot of people graduate high school 20. It's a huge variable. So to set that in stone is that this is when you're a kid and this is you're an adult, that doesn't apply to most people. So why would you define a kid and an adult if it doesn't apply to most people?
Because it needs to be defined. Otherwise.
Okay, so his answer here is it needs to be defined. Because it needs to be defined. Okay. I think that actually can become a solid argument there. Just like there has to be a stopping point. There has to be a different definition. Otherwise, we run the risk of people being taken advantage of. There has to be some sort of protection. There has to be some sort of law. And any definition will not cover everyone. But we have to try. Maybe that's not good enough, but that's maybe something you could go with.
Otherwise, you can get into this really gray area where you, like a lot of the things you say, can be misconstrued as you wanting to have sex with a 15, 16-year-old.
Who construed that?
Okay, see, that was not a good enough response. You don't need to do that. He said you could be misconstrued. That Charlie was not talking about. Did not remember. I was commending Charlie for not jumping in and saying, "You what, mate?" He's bringing that back. It is part of it. Charlie's right, but he doesn't know why he's right, which allows someone to dance circles around it. Absolutely, I think that's exactly what has gone on in this debate. He's right for this part. When it comes to, for me, in my opinion, when it comes to children transitioning, he could actually just own the fact that they are different things, which I think he probably does. It just doesn't come off as polished as the jazz that Sneeko puts on him, because it needs to be defined. Otherwise, if there is a gray area, and he also does, I'll put this as a separate point. Otherwise, I don't really know if this does flow, because he goes, it needs to be defined. Otherwise, there is a gray area. Otherwise, things you say can be misconstrued. I don't know, that he's not explaining that to a good enough effect for me. He just brings it out. He just brings this out that, hey, you could misconstrue this. People could think that you're saying you want to. I guess, yeah, it does work. It does work. I need to diagram it. Otherwise, things, because okay, let's go here. Let's do this. Let's break it down even more. This is why we do this. And yes, we are not even 10 minutes in. Charlie has no foundational value system, so his positions are incoherent. He needs to find them by having these conversations. That's the thing. I think that's what happens, is you have these conversations in a manner that you find out what you think and you question and whatever in a safe space, but nobody really has that. Charlie is correct. Sneeko asked to define terms. Sneeko rejects. He's entitled to, but he needs to provide an alternative definition. I'd be interested in seeing if he ever defines a child. I would also be interested. Let's see if we do get that. I think, look, we're definitely not finishing this debate anytime soon. Hopefully we do get to the gotcha part, and that will be the main thing. But if we get to nothing else, let's get to this. Let's see if we can just define. get to. It's like I could say that this is summarized. We got a definition from Sneeko. Like, let's get some stuff out. Let's get something finished, because it needs to be defined. If you otherwise there's a gray area. Okay. And reasoning wise, the next thing he says is otherwise there is a gray area. And at the same time, he goes, otherwise things you say can be misconstrued. And what he does do there is what you can sound like for a 16-year-old to arguing to be able to sleep with a 16-year-old. So if we were to whoopsie, that's not what I wanted. Delete you. If we wanted to paraphrase this, what he's saying here, oh, stop it, that's not what I wanted. I want there we go, call out. For the call out of this is a slippery definition, a broad definition would allow someone to misattribute, misconstrue your values. I think that that's a good enough explanation of what he's trying to say. Is like, if you don't draw a hard line, somebody can draw a squiggly line all around your stuff and make you sound like this. If you are under the age of consent, is it wrong to want to sleep with a 16-year-old? If you were under the age of consent, is that the question you would ask him? Okay, so let's put Charles here. We do need a working definition, right? Otherwise, there we go. It needs to be defined. Okay, let's see here. Continue. Sorry, let's see. Khan, what are you saying here? In a theo-ideological perspective, Sneeko brings up good arguments. Charlie justifies his position based on modernity and sociocentrism, which is essentially the postmodern perspective. Yeah, which is why it easily has punched through. He doesn't know why he holds these beliefs, in my opinion. In a theo-ideological perspective, if you cannot agree upon the fundamental principles of morality, Sneeko tries to use this rationale by defining terms socially agreed upon. I digress. I think, yeah, that is exactly that's what's happening, and that's why Charlie seems to be weak at this, is because he doesn't know. That's kind of the secular thing, where it's nice and easy for somebody who has faith, because they're like, because this is the way it is, and they don't need to argue. Whereas a secular person has to figure out why they believe certain things. And also, eventually, they get to the bedrock of having some sort of moral instinct of how things are. And yes, eventually they have to, I don't know, do they then go moral relativism is okay? It's all just a societal societal construction. Therefore, morality is malleable, and we can say what is moral and what isn't. They need to figure those things out for themselves. They need to know what their bedrock is. And as Marge has said, I do not think he knows. And these conversations are supposed to help you figure them out. And it's unfortunate that that person that you're speaking to is Sneeko, but hey, learn from it. Exactly is one of the fundamental flaws of Christianity, devoid of morality and its subjectivism. Age of consent exists because whatever region of people agree to mutually exclude the portion of society from potential sexual, it's an abundance of caution. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to try and stay out of chat, otherwise we're not going to get through this. So I'll get back into chat in the next 10 minutes.
A lot of people, because I mean,
I don't
in
think
your
anybody
clips
thinks
that
that.
I played in the video, you
There's
were
no
saying
way.
like the age of maturity, the age of development.
Okay, okay. So Sneeko unfortunately takes this and says who misconstrued that, which instead we need to stick with what his assertion is. Okay, his assertion is not that somebody did misconstrue, it's that they could misconstrue. Let's go and talk about why it could be misconstrued. But instead, he goes, huh? Who said that? Basically, who misconstrued? So we actually get a different flow. I've got to go silent or I'll never finish work. Okay. Or I'll never finish the diagram. I'm never going to finish the diagram. We know that. Okay. Thanks for taking part, Madge. I really appreciate it. Thank you for recommending this or not. I've been okay because we've taken it so slow. My sanity has remained. Okay. Can be misconstrued. You can sound like you're arguing be able to. It's 16 on who misconstrued that.
Development, and then you use 16 and 17 in that clip.
So
like for the age of marriage, wanting to have sex with a 15, 16-year-old.
Who construed that?
A lot of people, because I mean,
I don't think
your
anybody
clips
thinks
that
that.
I played in the
Oh, okay. So it becomes a who did it? I don't think anybody thinks that. That this is irrelevant argument now. Like we are missing the point here. Begins to argue about as if this is the main claim, rather than interacting with the hypothetical.
The video, you were saying like the age of maturity, the age of development, and then you use 16 and 17 in that clip.
So
like for the age of marriage.
The definition of an adult is 18 years old.
Yeah, I think that's a
okay. So who misconstrued that? Then they kind of do this back and forth. People do think that. Okay, that's a dead end kind of thinking. Honestly, like we're done. So I'm not happy with this, but they do go around it at least. Sneeko does bring it back then to he does bring it back. He goes, so an adult is 18. What is my opinion though? My opinion doesn't matter. My opinion is you can't like kids. Okay. Stop.
pretty fine. I mean,
I don't
in
think
your
anybody
clips
thinks
that
that.
I played in the video, you were
no
saying like the age of maturity, the age of development, and then you use 16 and 17 in that clip.
So
like for the age of marriage.
The definition of an adult.
Oh, he even does. People do think that, and then he goes, you use 16 as an age for marriage. Okay, and he goes, my opinion is cats shouldn't be eaten. Yes, they should be absolutely worshipped, always.
Is 18 years old.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fine establishment right there. Anything under 18 would classify as a kid. I think that's important.
Okay, but you're getting that from what? From personal experience, from the government, from the law? Because that's legally in America, that's when you become an adult.
Oh my God, we're repeating. Are we repeating? We are repeating. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, so we'll put a 2 on it. So adult is 18. We misconstrued that. So adult is 18. And he goes, yes. Okay, he agrees. Hey, AJ. What's up? We're doing some brain deads. So an adult is 18. Yes, you need to just. Did you say it's a good definition? Sorry, boys.
Is 18 years old.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fine establishment right there. Anything under 18 would classify as a kid.
Yes, anything under 18. Okay, he's consistent. He's consistent. We're not taking points for that. Okay, so an adult would classify as a kid.
I think that's important.
Okay, but you're getting that from what? From personal experience, from the government, from the law?
Okay, you're getting that from personal experience. Okay. Let's see where it goes with this. I want to see where Congo goes with where Sneeko goes with this. But you're getting that. And he puts it as but, as if that is an argument against it. But you're getting that from where? Government, because he does say government. Sorry, he tries to not say government, but he says it's government, the law, personal experience, which is quite funny because his personal experience wants something else. Personal experience. Okay, let's go.
Law, because that's legally in America, that's when you become an adult, correct?
Yeah, legally.
So you're following the government's definition of an adult.
I think there needs to be a definition, and that one's been around for a long time, and I think that's the one most people accept as the closest to, like, yeah, this is when you become an adult.
It actually.
Okay, so, oh God, what are you going to do, Sneeko? Okay, so he goes, you got it from, he thinks he's pinning the guy down. That's the thing as well, is Charlie's not, I can understand why Charlie would say he didn't know this was a debate, because it's a conversation. He thinks that, Sneeko thinks that he's pinning Charlie down into a certain position, when actually we're trying to figure out what Charlie's position is. And he'll have a conversation all the way going, word game hell, yeah. It is, it's word game hell, but Sneeko's playing around with it. Charlie just walks with him and says yes, and just answers, and just says, here's my answer. You asked me a question, here's my answer. And this is what I think. And he goes, ha! He acts like he does. He acts like he's got him. It's like, oh, you are he's having a shower argument. Sneeko is having an argument with Charlie that is only happening in his head. Because Charlie's just literally only in that moment. There were some little bits that he kept behind, like the people will misconstrue, and he only brought that up later. But so far, in terms of debate brain, Sneeko is mostly. Okay. Okay, so the personal experience, where do you get that from? Where? Government, personal law experience. And he goes, and that is the main conversation that I was thinking here, what he's trying to say, what he's trying to figure out is a broad definition would allow someone to misconstrue your values. Here he's like, look, he will admit that he just believes that because it's common. Most people would believe that. And that is something that you can defend if you want to. The thing is, you can eventually run down to moral relativism there if you took it that far. Let's see. You're getting greedy from where? Your government law goes 18. Personal experience, the government in the US. You are an adult at 18. Okay, so then he said, then also the way that Sneeko, the reason I say Sneeko is trying to, he thinks he's getting a gotcha, is he goes, he's doing this, so you're saying, so like, he says, so, says, yes, he's saying it's what most people agree on. So he doesn't say exactly it's because the government says so.
Yeah, legally.
So you're following the government's definition of an adult.
I think there needs to be a definition, and that one's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a definition. Yes, following government definition. But then he states there, there needs to be, and that definition is one most people could agree on. That's not easily, like, if enough, so like then you can start saying if enough people agreed and voted, we could get the age down to 14 or something.
Time, and I think that's the one most people accept as the closest to, like, yeah, this is when you become an adult.
It actually hasn't, right?
Okay, the closest, it's the closest, yeah. The closest to agreement. Okay, so he goes, it actually hasn't. So this is where he gets his gotcha, right? So let's see. This is reductivism as defined as there aren't really any better sources for a definition, but they all sound silly when explicitly stated. A definition defining anything human-wise, you're going to come up with all these what do you call it? Loopholes and exceptions and shit.
Right, 200 years ago in the 1800s in America, the age of marriage. Yeah, we can't live like that. We're
okay.
So much more advanced than that. Why would we play a definition? And that one's been around for a long time, and I think that's the one most people accept as the closest to, like, yeah, this is when you.
Oh, he did say it's been around the longest time. A long time. Okay, so then he goes, it actually hasn't.
You become an adult.
It actually hasn't.
So he thinks he's gotten a win here. I suppose I'm supposed to take health away from Moist here because it actually hasn't. But let's see. We have a question mark here because it actually hasn't. Okay, this is the response. It actually hasn't. Okay, so he's basically saying it hasn't been around for long. Okay.
Right, 200 years ago in the 1800s in America, the age of marriage.
Yeah, we can't live like that.
Okay, so 200 years, age of marriage in America. So he's like, look, I've got facts. That's another thing that people do in debates is they're like, I've got a fact. And because I've brought a fact, somehow that's going to make my argument much stronger. Not necessarily. You have to bring the right facts in, and they have to be in the right space. Otherwise, they're just fascinating tales, basically. 200 years, age of marriage. Only OGs will get the fascinating tales joke. 2 years ago, age of marriage, and 200 years ago. So he does interrupt. Charles does interrupt there, and he goes, "We can't live like that anymore." Okay. Charlie appealed to the age of the idea, which isn't true. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's not a good thing. I think Sneeko is trying to make a point that if two persons are the same age and both reach puberty, they should be allowed to be married if they so choose. Let's see if he's making that point, because the Romeo and Juliet laws make sense. I understand that. It makes some sense. Okay.
We're so much more advanced than that. Why would we play by those rules? Because at that point, are you going to start arguing that we should be able to start wedding 12-year-olds? Like, is 12 too young?
That's not the point.
Yeah, we can't live like that. We've advanced. So Charlie did open himself up to the age, or there it is word games, because Charlie didn't really say the age of the idea is. No, he did. I'm being so good faith to him that I'm taking the best, trying to make his argument the best. We can't live like that. We've advanced. So I think we could take some points off Charlie. Let's be real. We'll take some points off Charlie here for appealing to the age of the argument. Okay, that's an L. Okay, I think it's not as much as seeming to support child marriage. Okay, there you can see the difference. Okay, all Charles deserve points. Sorry, I'm very I like the name Charles, so I say Charlie every now and then, but I default to Charles. Sorry, Charles. But I know that's how people refer to Moist Critical online. It's Charlie. This is where Charlie appeals to the age and fights himself about the age. We've advanced. Can't live like that. We've advanced past that. Charlie bias. Yeah, okay. We can put a little asterisk. You guys, when you diagram my diagram, when you diagram sept me, put that in there. We've advanced. Let's see. Sorry, need a drink. We've advanced. Otherwise, we'd be arguing for 12-year-olds.
Wait, I'm saying you're saying that the U.S. defined adult as 18. Well, I'm saying 200 years ago, the age.
Wait, okay, let's see. Congo thinks that Chris has. Congo thinks that Sneeko has dodged about 4 questions. It's not so much about dodging questions. It's that he is not answering. He's never letting Charlie ask questions. He's diverting it. He's controlling the conversation. Because you see, so an adult is 18. He's put the question there. And remember, we went back here. This is the last question. This is the last place Charlie asked a question. Why is it a problem for you, though? So it's okay. It's not exactly wrong that it's just that there's no answers from Sneeko. Sneeko's the only one asking the questions, I suppose. What is a child? So we get Charlie making he answers. Under 18 is a child, in my opinion. And just giving an answer doesn't necessarily always mean that you should get points. So is 13 and okay, we've got, is there another question mark, a different kind of question mark? Let's do this. I'm going to put this as a technique. Let's flag it. Let's just put it as a flag. There, let's define terms, and I'll put the let's define terms as well here as a red flag, just to note. Have sex out of wedlock, fine. There he did ask a question. Would you feel comfortable marrying? And he did answer it. So he did answer it. Okay. If other people in the age gap, I don't have a problem. Then he asked another question. Why is that a problem for you? So this why. So here he said, is it or would you? And here the question became why. Is it a problem? So that's a different question. And then he did dodge. So this is a dodged question. Maybe let's not put a question mark there. What should we do for a dodged question? Exclamation point. Or pin. Put a pin in it. We can put pin there. Like we put a pin in it because, oh, wait, a timer. Let's put that. The timer is there because we're waiting for an answer. Okay? Let's put that just to write it in here. Okay, there we go. Sneeko was coached by Daniel, blah, 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 for argument points. He's a Muslim that critiques the point if you'd like further insight. Okay. I would say Sneeko made the fallacious argument. I think it's called appeal to tradition, not change something because it has been done for centuries or something. Well, both of them make this argument because Charlie said it's an old, it's been around for a while. He shouldn't have said that. It was a slip of the tongue, in my opinion. It's not where the base of his argument is, but he puts it in there because he thinks that it's a supporting thing when all it does is just it's it's a weakness. It's not worth mentioning. Okay, calling to question criticals. Definition. Why would you have a hard definition if it doesn't simply apply to most people? So look, we do have Charlie because it needs to be defined. Boom, he's answering questions. We're happy about that. Otherwise, there is a gray area. He's attacking this idea of like a broad definition. We need a definition. That is the main idea. Who misconstrued that? That was a stupid, like just stupid line, dead end thinking. I don't know. We need to find something for, I don't know, something to if I had a stop sign or something would be misconstrued that. So is an adult 18? Again, he's asking questions. So he hasn't dodged as many questions as you think, because you know why? Because Charlie hasn't asked as many questions as he could have. But what I am seeing, which you are correct about, Congo, is he is directing where the conversation goes. He is not having to defend anything. He's just making Charlie defend everything. And because Charlie doesn't really know why he thinks certain things, it makes him appear like he doesn't have arguments. So, but you're getting that from where? Government. Cool. Following your government definition, it actually hasn't. So he's like, haha, look at me. I've got the gotcha, boys. There, 10 years ago, age of marriage. So it's like, look here, I've got a fact. Okay. Sneaker's position is alive. Well, let's continue.
Age of marriage in America was 10 and the UK was 7.
Oh.
Right. So if the government decides to change it, you're saying it's 18.
It actually hasn't. We can't. Okay, this is Charlie saying we can't have like that. Age of marriage in America was 12. Was 12. Okay.
If the government, maybe if Kamala Harris gets elected, then the new legal saying that in the 1800s in America, they're following the government's definition of an adult.
I think there needs to be a definition, and that one's been around for a long time, and I think that's the one most people accept as the closest to, like, yeah, this is when you become an adult.
It actually hasn't, right? 200 years ago in the 1800s in America, the age of marriage.
Yeah, we can't live like that. We're so much more advanced than that. Why would we play by those rules? Because at that point, are you going to start arguing that we should be able to start wedding 12-year-olds? Like, is 12 too young?
That's not the point. I'm saying.
Okay, there is a question. You're right. Here you go. Is 12 too young? Is 12 too young? That does actually follow on from this point. Is 12 too young? And he goes, that's not the point. So we do have 2 dodged questions. There is no answer. I'm going to put a timer here, but he doesn't answer this question. So he says that's not the point. He just goes, that's not the point. Okay, what is the point? But okay, that's not the point, apparently, boys. So, okay, what is the point? You're not going to answer the question because he's not going to see what Charlie does is he answers questions, right? So we go down this path and we have this whole discussion that happens over here, and we do what Sneeko wants to do and play over here. What he does is no, and then tells him what's next. Goes, no, that's not the point. This is what we're going to talk about next. And he's going to carry on talking about this point. Okay.
And you're saying that the U.S. defined adult as 18. Well, I'm saying 200 years ago, the age of marriage in America was 10 and the UK was 7.
Okay, well, now it's 10? Jesus. Okay, with it, you're using the government's definition. 200 years ago, it was 10 in the US. In UK, it was what? Did he say 7?
Are you going to start arguing that we should be able to start wedding 12-year-olds? Like, is 12 too young?
That's not the point. I'm saying you're saying that the U.S. defined adult as 18. Well, I'm saying.
I'm saying
200 years
I can't
ago, the
believe
age of
it's
marriage
7.
in America was 10 and the UK was 7.
Okay, and Marge is saying it's a lie. I'm not fact checking. I'm saying in the argument here, if they fact check, then we can go there. If they don't, then we're not going there.
Right. So if the government decides to change it, you're saying it's 18. If the government, maybe if Kamala Harris gets elected, then the new legal age of an adult is 25. And there could be reasons to say that.
Okay. So in UK, it was 7. So now he decides to also just add some buzzword Kamala Harris. In UK is with 7. Let's do an argument. He takes it forward. He goes, if Kamala Harris, I don't know if this is really what about the politics of Kamala Harris? Yeah, I'm just wondering what this has to why? Okay, is that a thing? Is Kamala Harris going to make the age of adulthood 25? Is that a thing? Okay, but who cares? She maybe it's a hypothetical and he's just not wording the hypothetical properly. Kamala Harris is elected. The age of adulthood becomes 25. It's whataboutism. Yeah, he is. He's going, well, so there. And actually, that is Charlie's argument that Charlie was trying to bring upon him and say, but it doesn't feel right, does it? It's legal, but it doesn't feel right. So both of them actually don't know what they're arguing.
They graduated college. They don't leave the house until this age. Their brains don't develop until they're 25. Your frontal cortex is not fully developed until you're 25 years old. A lot of people aren't making serious money. They're not able to live independently. A lot of things that you could use to classify an adult don't happen for the new age American until 25 years old. So if Kamala Harris raised it to 25, would you then say that that's the new age? Would you agree with that?
Okay, so he brings the question. You see, that's not the point. Then he gets to ask a question. So if Kamala Harris is elected, the age of adulthood becomes 25. And then he does, to be fair, he does bring Charlie's definition in. Charlie's definition is about independence. But then he goes, there's an argument for prefrontal cortex. So I feel like this isn't a hypothetical argument. I do think he did just put in Harris's name as arbitrary, as part of a as part of a hypothetical. So say Kamala Harris is elected and she says the age of adulthood becomes 25. He cites the prefrontal cortex development, says only at 25, and then more independent, most independence at 25. He's just giving us, he's just giving us a frontal. Just giving us definition, and then he goes so they change it, declare it to be 25. Oh, Daisy, you're being too cute, mommy. Oh, we need the Daisy cam. Yes, we need the Daisy cam. Daisy's she's really just wanting loves. Cute gal. Okay, so declare it to be 25, and then his question is, what did you say? So let's just get it right out again.
A lot of people aren't making serious money. They're not able to live independently. A lot of things that you could use to classify an adult don't happen for the new age American until 25 years old. So if Kamala Harris raised it to 25, would you then say that that's the new age? Would
you be comfortable with that?
25 years old. A lot of people.
I think that'd be totally understandable.
Would you be okay with that? Okay, so he gets the question, and we get another answered question. Maybe we should denote answered questions. Gosh, then I have to go back again. Okay, because we have waiting questions and we have answered questions. So an answered question gets a question mark. Or we'll just get a question. Under 18 is an 18 child, another answered question. What is defined kit? Another answered question. It's when leaving the house, blah, blah, blah. Applied doesn't apply to most answered question because it needs to be defined. Kind of a weak answer, but at least an answer. Who's misconstrued that? That doesn't even count as a question, but I'll put it as an answered question. So an adult is 18. Answered question. If we were giving out life points, Charlie would get them. But you're getting this from where? We've got an answered question as well. Yes, following government definition. It actually hasn't. And here we have a waiting question, and we have back here another waiting question. Is it up here? This. 2 waiting questions, no answers. Then let's go. That's not the point. Too young. Yeah, we can't live like that. We're advanced. Let's just get some Nico colors here. Okay, Kamala Harris is elected. And then would you be okay with that? So here we go. He thinks it will be reasonable.
Independently. A lot of things that you could use to classify an adult don't happen for the new age American until 25 years old. So if Kamala Harris raised it to 25, would you then say that that's the new age? Would you agree with that?
I think that'd be totally understandable. Like,
right.
I think that's fine.
So then does that make anybody who sleeps with an under 25-year-old, does that now make them a pedophile?
Hold up. Let him finish. But okay, he says he would find it understandable. And then he goes, fine, yes, I've got him. Let me quickly push him. Let's see what happens. Understandable. Then he goes, cool, let's ask the question. Does this, he doesn't get to add to the points. Then he gets another question in. Does this, look, the thing is, a lot of people don't ask themselves these questions. So that's why he gets these wins. Understandable. Does that mean has an under 25-year-old, they're a pedophile? It's a good question because Charlie has put himself in this position. It's what you need to do to your definitions. Question them like that. See how they stand up. Okay, copy style. Does that mean? So let's see. Do we have an answer? Yes, this is a bit of a loss because you deconstructed Charlie's definition, yeah.
No, I don't think necessarily that makes them a retroactive pedophile.
So then what's a pedophile?
It's an accepted definition of 18 for a long time.
Okay. So we do need to take help of moist critical boys. Let's take some off. Okay, there we go. Look, I gave him a lot of help, and I'm just taking off. Yeah. So, but yeah, Isaac, we've given him a loss there. So, because he actually just defaults back. He goes to an answer. He just says, oh, well, he repeats his previous argument. So, yeah. He does not go on to this. He goes, oh, first of all, he says retroactively. He's not understanding what Nico said there because he goes.
And does that make anybody who sleeps with an under 25-year-old, does that now make them a pedophile?
No, I don't think necessarily that makes them a retroactive pedophile.
But he does answer the question. So we do have to say it's an answered question. No, because he did answer the question. And you can commend him for that. The answer does make him lose points, but he at least answered the question. That's how you figure stuff out. It's an honest thing. So yeah, no. He says no. It wouldn't be. I'm live on Rumble, but I don't know if there's any chats going on Rumble. I don't know if it even shows Rumble stuff. Let me just check. I don't think anyone's watching on Rumble anyway. Yeah, it's fine. We don't have anyone on Rumble, so it's fine. No, it wouldn't be a retroactive pedophile or something. I'll just say he does answer, but it's not a good one. But it's not a great answer. It does give Sneeko the deconstruction. -1. Charlie. If an 18-year-old, see, that's a conversation they should have, because it seems like that is where the nuance would have to lie. If an 18-year-old sleeps with a 17-year-old, are they a pedophile? Like, that is an interesting question. Weird that he put the word retroactive in there. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, it is strange that he's thinking that everybody becomes a pedophile after that, I suppose. Like, everybody who's had sex before, if it changes. But he's focusing on the change aspect of it, not so much that it is changeable. I don't know. Copy style. Like, that's not the point that Sneeko's making. He's saying, if this is the source of your information, that source is changeable. Let's talk about that.
So then what's a pedophile?
But it's an accepted definition of 18 for a long time is
not for that long.
Upon.
Not for that
okay, so
long, and who sleeps with an under 25-year-old. Does that now make them a pedophile?
No, I don't think necessarily that makes them a retroactive pedophile.
So then what's a pedophile?
But it's an accepted definition of.
It's an accepted, and he also says it's an accepted. We are in the hypothetical here. So he actually has brought himself all the way back. Accepted definition of 18.
Of 18 for a long time.
For a long time. So he actually brings himself all the way back. He's not even, this is like a fragment. It's not even an answer. It's a fragment over here. It's an accepted definition for a long time. It doesn't answer the question at all. That he did answer it, but I'm saying, like, it doesn't counter the argument. You know what I'm saying? He goes here. He goes back here and just says he's just repeating this line. He retreats back to there. Retreats back here. Rather than defending further. Let's do this. Elbows. Let's see what Congo said here. Louis Theroux said this deflection tactic is particularly prevalent in religious fundamentalism. Throwing back to first argument, you push the topic from the original debate to a discussion about holy books. Yeah, you get it to where is your do we have health bars on top? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do have health bars. If you're 13 and have sexual thoughts about your classmates, would that make you? Yeah. Legally, if you take photos of yourself as a child and send that somewhere, you are creating you're creating CP. So the glue sniffer for the sexual. Okay. I know that they're very high definition health points. We'll get better. Okay, I've really just made 2 blocks. It's actually a religion debate. Charlie doesn't know it. Yeah, he doesn't, because that's what Sneeko is going to be doing. He's going to be turning everything into this fundamental thing. Okay, so here we go.
Is not for that long. Not for that long, and not through most states, and not through most countries across the world.
Okay, so we are repeating, boys. We are now, I think this is the second time we are on this now. We're just going around. Sorry.
No, I don't think necessarily that makes them a retroactive pedophile.
So
by
then
any
what's a
means,
pedophile?
But it's an accepted definition of 18 for a long time. Is
not for that long.
Upon.
Not for that long, and not through most states, and not through most countries across the world.
Do you see why this is like a weird take to have though? Like I don't think you're coming at this from a place of you wanting to fuck a 15-year-old, are you? Like to go back to that question, is 12 too young? Do you think 12 is too young?
Okay.
I think 12.
Okay, so it's an accepted for a long time. So he does go back. So he actually goes, he does go back to the unanswered question. Here he goes, understand what does it mean? So then we just repeat this argument repetition. Where it is, it has been 18 for a long time, for that long. And hasn't been 18 for that long. It's lower in other countries around the world. And I will make a relationship with this argument repetition here. Going back to his yeah, where is it? Gosh dang. 18 for most of the United States, 18 until just where are we? Yeah, there we go. Brings it back there. I'm gonna actually have to make these lines colored according to who brings us back. Because look, when we zoom out, look what happens. It's gonna be a fucking mess. But it also is pretty to notice when we're going nowhere, when we're not going forward in a conversation and we're going backwards. We go all the way back there. Let's put this big at the top. And we go back to original. Okay. It looks like a fun time chart to me. Just beep, 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 and we descend. We just descend into the depths the longer we go. Why are you doing this? Oh, it's fun for me. It's weird. I know it's not for everyone. I find it very interesting to see what people are what people do in a conversation when they're at odds with each other, and be able to being able to pinpoint when a conversation has gone backwards rather than forwards. I unfortunately read over 4 studies on this debate that never happened. Oh gosh, for a debate that never happened. Notice the only one talking about sex is Charlie, and Sneeko is using this to show the mind of modernity, which is the only smart move he does this entire debate. So he's saying, oh, look, everything's about sex for them, I suppose. Okay, argument repetition. Let's do that here. You know what? I'm going to actually put this as no fill. I'm just actually going to put it as a border and put it like that. Because it's an argument repetition. It's nothing new around the world. And then Charlie actually brings it back and goes, it's weird. Actually, see this, I'm tempted again to put a new point in the timeline where he goes, it's hard to not to let me just listen to it again. But basically he's going back to the thing. He does bring us back to this question. So let's actually put that there. Just put the relationship in for so long. Relationship going back to his question. He does say, is 12 too young? He goes there because that was the time question. So it brings it back to this revisits unanswered question. It takes an eternity because Nico is fishing. Okay, let's see, let's go back. Sorry, guys, I know this takes very long. I wish it didn't take this long, but you know.
Across the world.
Do you see why this is like a weird take to have, though? Like, what?
Do I have a bias to either Charlie or Sneeko, or are you neutral? I'm definitely biased against Sneeko because I probably agree with Charlie on a lot more things than I agree with Sneeko on. So, and also I just don't like Sneeko as a person. So that does bring me, that's my declared bias. So it's there, but I am trying my hardest to be as neutral as possible. But I will declare my bias is against Sneeko because Sneeko, bro. Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're coming at this from a place of you wanting to fuck a 15-year-old, are you? Like, to go back to that question, is 12 too young? Do you think 12 is too young?
I think 12 is too young for me. Yes.
Okay. It's he is kind of bringing this sort of accusation by saying, you're not doing that, are you? It still is an accusation by asking a question. You're not trying to justify sleeping with a 16. Right. And then he goes, is 12 too young? Right. Okay. So I think we can argument repetition. This is actually Sneeko's argument repetition, so it's got to be green. And this is it's not exactly argument repetition. It's rerouting, going back to this unanswered. Revisits unanswered question. Okay, so we got to go, is 12 too young, right? And then he says, yes, 12 is too young. So we got an answer. So we got a question. We can mark this as an answered question, which is a question mark. There we go. We got an answer.
Well, for you, do you think 12 is too young in general? I feel like that should be an easy answer.
12 is too young in general, correct.
Too young in general. So we did get an answer. If we were giving out life points, we would be giving Sneeko some points. Sorry, Sneeko is blue. I mean, it's not blue. There you go. Okay.
Because,
okay.
Yes.
And I don't think
I want to define, but what you're saying, your definition of adult is not even the actual definition. Do you know what the definition of child is? Like, anybody watching this can Google it. You can Google it too. The definition of child is somebody who has not reached puberty yet. That's the definition.
Okay, so he's bringing in his own. Ha! Chris, we got a definition. We actually got a definition from Sneeko.
I want to define, but what you're saying, your definition of adult is not even the actual definition. Do you know what the definition of child is? Like, anybody watching.
And he goes, your definition of a child basically is wrong. The definition of is someone who hasn't gone through puberty. Charlie would be better off if he said your position would allow pedophilia instead of one might suspect from this argument that you are a pedophile. Yes, that is much better than because that's resorting to internet speak. Rather say it that way. That's a more honorable way to put it. I like that, Isaac. If you don't mind, I'm putting that in. Charlie would be better off. I'm sorry, I can't copy paste. God, Charlie. If I do, let me just go. I'm going to my stream so I can actually. Oh, Stitch and Adam are live. Oh, that's because it's late. But I do want to get to some sort of thing. Let me pop out the chat so that I can copy paste. Where are you, Isaac? There we go. Charlie would. There we go. We are good. We are copying, pasting. Go in there. Oh, it has to be by itself, this bloody thing. Okay. Okay. Also, I do need this to be here. Let's go here. And this can go over here. And no, that's fine. I'm just trying to check. Gosh damn it. Gosh darn it. Sorry guys, technical difficulties. There. There. And there. Okay, we good. Interesting choice. No worries. I know it's silly. Is there any fact checking here? No, we don't do fact checking at the moment because we are trying to stick within the conversation. We're trying to be in the conversation at the time. If they go and fact check each other, then we can look at the fact checking. Okay. Because otherwise it would be fine to fact check, but I think what would maybe be better at a later stage for me is because now the main idea is in future on this channel, what I'll do is clip from my live streams and make a summary video, right? That was an idea that I was supposed to be doing, didn't have time, but but in the future I will be doing that. And at that time, in a summary video, maybe I could do fact checking then. But when it comes to the live stream, we're just going to spend, because it takes us long enough to basically stream through the debates. So fact check would make this take so much longer. Exactly. Okay, so let's see. Let's go.
Can Google it. You can Google it too. The definition of child is somebody who has not reached puberty yet. That's the definition.
Yeah, and then you get into like a bebophile or whatever, as opposed to pedophile, and those are all.
I don't know. I have no idea what those terms are. I don't know what that is, but I'm saying that's the actual definition. When somebody reaches maturity, it's based off of biological and physical maturity.
It's okay. Someone who hasn't gone through puberty. I will just put here terms. Bieber file. Is it Bieber file? Something. I don't know. Hemophilia, Bieber file, whatever. It's internet speak. Internet. Okay, I agree with Sneeko here. I don't know what he's talking about, and I'm fine. Bieberfile and Sneeko goes, I don't know those terms, so I don't know those terms. Returns to definition. So he just does a little whip. Yeah, we're going here. Oopsie. We're going here. Come back. There we go. Returns to definition. Okay. Here, copy style, paste, and we'll do this. This copy style, there you go. Colors help us out. And this is a basically a non-sequitur thing. So we empty. And there, okay. I know it because of Mr. Girl. Okay, is that what? Everfile. What is that? A Fibberfile. I'll let you guys do that. Bieberfile. That's what it was. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was moms that were into Bieber. That's what I thought.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it varies for everybody. Adulthood is not something that you can set in stone because it's different for the entire world. Right? I moved out when I was 14. A lot of people don't move out. It's maturity. It's based off of biological and physical maturity.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
definition of a child, someone who hasn't gone through puberty. Biological maturity.
So it varies for everybody. Adulthood is not something that you can set in stone because it's different for the entire world.
Adulthood is not something you can set in stone because it's different for the whole world. Okay. But what his argument is you do need to have some sort of definition because we actually need to. Sneeko is arguing for not having a law of consent. We'll see. It was awful watching them touch that poor boy. If he was a girl, people would have freaked out. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Oh, are you talking about the way they treated Bieber? Shame. Okay, adulthood is not something you can set in stone because it's different for the whole world. Okay. There is an average, I would say, but okay. We're just gonna make individuals, so everybody just have to go on a case by case basis. Will have consent. Okay.
I moved out when I was 14. A lot of people don't move out until they're 25. I went through puberty when I was 17. A lot of people went through puberty when they were 13, 14, 15.
I went through puberty when I was 11. What you gonna say?
It changes for everybody. So for you to say that this is the set in stone age and say you're a pedophile if it's under 18, and then if you're over 18, you're fine. Well, then that's a weird line that doesn't make sense. So you're going to say this person is a terrible person if they're 17 years old, 364 days, and right after that, they're good to go. Well, it changes for everybody. So we have to have something, a definition. We have to be realistic with everybody.
Laws are set to protect the most amount of people. Exactly, Pagan. That is the thing. That is you can't go on a case by case basis. 11 is crazy. Yeah, well, listen. Yeah, exactly. So technically, I reached sexual maturity at 11. Sorry, TMI, but I reached that. So what does that mean that I could have consented at 11? Because I know. No. I'm very happy to say no. But by this definition, which apparently changes for everyone, yes, because it all changes biologically. No. Okay, so adult. Okay, biological adulthood is not something you can set in stone because it's different for the whole world. Let's rewatching this, Nico is very careful to avoid talking about sex. He talks about maturity, but the point is that is the line that we're trying to get to, is like you have to struggle with that. You do have to go to sexual, and yes, I guess you can use this as like a foothold for your other politics, where you're like, look how modernity is so obsessed with sex. It's like, listen, we're trying to protect children here, so I'm okay with being obsessed with protecting children from sexual predation. Sorry, I'm okay with that. If that's a modern thing, I'm okay, and I will embrace it. Okay, it's biological maturity. He's arguing for anarchy, but he focuses on age of consent for a very obvious reason. Well, it's a very controversial. I don't know if I'll be able to monetize the stream, kind of thing. Okay. Adulthood is not something you set in stone. So he brings up he's choosing his for he wants his gotcha to be on what he wants his gotcha to be. Yeah. Okay. So just hold on. I want to just go back to get his wording, because I have a very bad short-term memory. So let's go.
Well, then that's a weird line that doesn't make sense. So you're going to say this person is a terrible person at puberty when they were 13, 14, 15. Right. Yeah. So it varies for everybody. Adulthood is not something that you can set in stone because it's different for the entire world. Right? I moved out when I was 14.
Okay. And that's what I was trying to say. He moved out when he was 14. This is him attacking Charlie's argument earlier on of his definition is when you're becoming more independent. So I will put this as a summary and then connect it to Charlie's argument. It moved out when I was 14.
A lot of people don't move out until they're 25.
Okay. Same. It's repeating that other people. So 25.
I went through puberty when I was 17. A lot of people went through puberty when they were 13, 14, 15. It changes for everybody. So for you to say that this is the set in stone age and say you're a pedophile.
Changes for every, that's basically his it's changes for everybody.
If it's under 18, and then if you're over 18, you're fine. Well, then that's a weird line that doesn't make sense. So you're going to.
It's not a weird line, and it's also what you have courts for, and actual judges and judgment for. There is a line, and then you can actually go and argue about mitigating factors in a case-by-case basis. That's where you can go case by case, but you do need a rule, and that I would say Charlie was trying to say. He just didn't really articulate it very well. Okay, or they didn't get into that part of the conversation. Yeah, this is how laws work, exactly. So I'm going to put this as an empty because he is repeating an argument, and biological maturity. This is actually an extra. It doesn't follow on. He is repeating an argument over here, repeating his argument against. There has to be a definition. Yeah, anything under 18 would classify as a kid. This over here. Yeah. It needs to be defined. It's there. Okay, so he is attacking the definition from back there. Okay, go back here. I know, Daisy. I'm so sorry, Mommy. Okay. Move to 14. So repeats argument, repeating refutation of this point. Okay. Actually, we can just put that here. He's repeating that. Previous point against Charlie. Do we, guys, rules-wise, do we Shall we take points off again if he wins again? I don't know. Like it's he did the same move again. I don't know. I'm kind of a purist in that I need new arguments. But maybe we take off points if you repeat an argument more than once, more than twice, let's say. Let's see. I don't know. I'm still trying to come up with the rule book. I'll diagram the rule book. Every few months we decide, I start going diagramception on myself, and I look back and try and find value in the diagrams that I've done. And a lot of the time it's the process that's more valuable than the actual diagram. We're trying to remedy that slowly but surely. Islam doesn't require forward. Oh God, I don't know what we're talking about here. Bill speaking facts. Look, child marriage was a long time ago, back when people died at 35 years old. But today, no need for it. Everything 14-year-old can do, a 21-year-old can do better. Yeah, that is another anthropology sort of argument that you can have. Is like, yeah, the age that people didn't live that long, so that was old. Now it's like, if we're talking about percentages of lifespan, you can see. Do we remove points for Charlie being incapable of answering a question? Yes, we did. We did remove points because he didn't answer the question. Sneeko is about to lose a lot of points then for repeating arguments. Okay. But remember, guys, I'll say, I don't know. We'll have to go on a case-by-case basis. You see, I'm trying to come up with laws, but there will be a case-by-case basis that we judge these things. But there does need to be a line. I have to have some sort of definition, and I don't. Okay. Okay, so this.
Say this person is a terrible person.
Oh my gosh! What? My prefrontal cortex is degrading already? Oh fuck! I would be dead right now. Would you miss me? Yes, I would. Absolutely. I both judge them both as dummies. Well, yeah. Oh no, boys! Oh God! I seeked. Unfortunately, I seeked it. Fuck. By mistake. Let's see where we're at.
People. So why would you define a kid and an adult if it doesn't apply to most people?
Oh my God, that's
because it needs to be defined. Otherwise, you can get into this really gray area. Who's 16
what from personal
time, and I think that's the one most people accept. Wedding.
A lot of people aren't making serious money. They're not
understandable. Like long time. To go back to that question, is 12 too young?
Saying your definition of adult is not even the actual definition. Do you know what the definition of what those terms are? I don't know what the world. I moved out when I was 14. A lot of people don't move out until they're 25. I went through puberty when I was 17. A lot of people went through puberty when they were 13, 14, 15. It changes for everybody. So for you to say that this is the set in stone age and say you're a pedophile if it's under 18, and then if you're over 18, you're fine. Well, then that's a weird line that doesn't make sense. So you're going to say this person is a terrible person if they're 17 years old, 364 days, and right after that, they're good to go. Well, it changes for everybody. So we have to have something, a definition. We have to be realistic with everybody.
Oh, so he does say we do have to have a definition. We do have to have a definition. We do have to be realistic with everybody. I think that's the major conversation they can have, is that you do need a definition, which is what Charlie, that's the strongest bit that Charlie has for him, is that he does need a definition. So, but then we can have the conversation about whether, like he said, sexual maturity, which is literally that if it bleeds, it breeds conversation. No.
Well, we don't, but you're saying but that's not even the case in the country we live in.
Why argue against it? If you don't want the age of consent to be lowered, why are you making arguments that the same people who do make? Right now, what you're saying is kind of what NAMBLA used to say, if you're familiar with NAMBLA.
I have no idea what this is.
NAMBLA was the North American Man Boy Lover Association. They
Oh.
were a
because
pedophile
these people don't want, they want to have sex to take advantage, and they don't abide by the rules of marriage. They don't have any sort of morality. They just want to have, I'm arguing for this because I believe in marriage. Sexual.
He's gone back. Okay, so this is the second time. We do have definition. So Charlie repeats as well. Charlie is repeating his thing. What he is doing is he's saying, again, remember what Isaac said. It was a good, like, Charlie would be better off if he said your position would allow pedophilia. He goes back and says, oh, well, you're, why, this is a major question he does ask, is why, actually, we'll even put it here. Well, why argue, okay, I mean, I guess we could. Why argue for lowering the age of consent if you are well, if you the age of consent if you are not arguing. Oh, actually, it's why argue for the lowering of the age of consent if you are not a pedophile. He brings up this. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to do this again because he does say
Man Boy Lover Association making arguments.
Oh, but you're saying but that's not even the case in the country we live in.
Why argue against it? If you don't want the age of consent to be lowered, why are you making arguments that the same people?
Okay, why, if you don't want the age of consent lowered, why argue against it? Okay, and then we'll have, copy style here. I'm going to actually just look at all this. I'm going to put a line here. And I will paste this. I feel like this is hopefully a new place to go. Hopefully. It's a repetition, but okay. Is it? No, it's okay. Copy style here. And then I'm going to put a relationship all the way down. Just to remind us, I'm starting a new topic, but I don't think it's not going to actually help. So this might be a bad decision on my part, structurally. Okay, if you don't want the age of consent lowered, why argue against it? And then he brings up something, what you sound like. You sound like what?
Right now, what you're saying is kind of what NAMBLA used to say.
NAMBLA. Oh, the NAMBLA guys aren't righteous. They just want to shut kids. We are righteous. We want to marry kids. It's probably... That's exactly it, Nico. Okay, so if you don't want the age of consent, why are you arguing about this? Yeah, you know what? That's it. It's like, are you just trying to be based? Just trying to look how edgy I am. I'm such an edgy boy. No, but look at me. I'm so pious. I care about marriage. That's why I'm talking about this. It's like, okay. If you don't want the age of consent lowered, why argue against it? You sound like NAMBLA. Okay, and then we have Sneeko doesn't know what NAMBLA is. What? Native American? What? Man boy? What? Man boy love association. You sound like NAMBLA. I mean, it's a valid point. So I think we are speaking what Charlie wants to speak about now. We are speaking about what Charlie wants to speak about. And I don't know how long that's going to last. Ba, 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 ba. North American. Sorry, North American. North American. Sorry. North American. Okay, North American. I told you my short-term memory. A study shows puberty is not a switch that turns a child into an adult. A study shows, can't remember the name, that when women grow older, the eggs in their body get weaker and child has more chance of getting diseases. Exactly, Bill. Which is why eventually people will stop asking me to have children.
You're familiar with NAMBLA.
I have no idea what this is.
NAMBLA was the North American Man-Boy Lover Association. They
right,
were
because these people they want to have sex to take advantage, and they don't abide by the rules of marriage. They don't have any sort of morality.
Okay, so Love Association, a pedophile group. Those people don't have morality. They want to take advantage of children. Okay.
They just want to have. I'm arguing for this because I believe in marriage. Sex should only be within wedlock. That's.
Yeah, but you're arguing from a weird point of view, bro. What Charlie's trying to show you is that you're like, that's not the way you go about arguing for marriage. You don't, that's not the hill you die on for marriage. We die on the hill of protect children. That's where we die. We're okay with dying on that hill. You're here trying to turn that hill into your marriage hill. Pick a hill, stick with it. You pick the right hill. Don't move your heels around. Okay. So yes, define marriage, Nico. Define a good age for marriage. How is Sneeko the grifter speaking better than Charlie? He's still he's Charlie is being manipulated by him, I would say. And because Charlie is just he's not being debate-brained around it. Yeah. Did Sneeko think about sex when he was at an orgy watching his girlfriend take? Oh gosh, Congo, we don't need to go that way, okay? Let's not go, hey, he's a cuck. We don't have to do that. He's busy talking about, he's busy switching heels, is what I'm gonna say. Okay? They want to take advantage of children. I'm arguing, I'll put this as a next point, a separate point. I'm arguing for let's go closer. Did he say for marriage? Be very careful with the seeking here.
Right, because these people they want to have sex to take advantage, and they don't abide by the rules of marriage.
They want to have sex to take advantage. Have sex to take advantage of children. They don't abide by the rules of marriage.
They don't have any sort of morality. They just want to have. I'm arguing for this because I believe in marriage. Sex should only.
I'm arguing for this. See, that is my big. That's the L. I'm sorry. That is an L. I am arguing for this. He's like making it he is definitely grifting because he knows this is a controversial thing to say and more people will start hearing about him speak this way. So he chooses this hill. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going to move this. I'm sorry. No, boy. I'm taking even further. Sorry. It needs to be very visible that Sneeko. Okay, and we need to get to the point where we get the gotcha that happened. But let's go. It's inconsistent. Okay, so they don't abide by the rules of marriage. Let's do that. Copy style. I am arguing I'm arguing for this. He does answer the question. I am arguing for this because from a point of marriage.
Be within wedlock. That's why I'm talking about this.
Why?
Sex should only be within wedlock. That's why I'm talking about this. Okay, in my opinion, we are grifty. If we say this in a by dying on a controversial hill, people will pay attention. We can't just, I don't know, defend marriage. On its own. I'm blown away. That to me is I'm gonna put the minus 2 Sneeko. Okay, there. I don't believe in American law of marriage where a woman can take half and the children marriage should not be discouraged. Marriage. Thing is, I'm sure Sneeko still has 6 out of marriage. He knows most people do, and still arguing for reality that doesn't exist. That's why I feel like he's being an edgy boy. He's trying, and when I say edgy, yes, it used to be edgy to argue that you need to have sexual freedom and whatever. Nowadays, it's edgy to say that you are monogamous, because nowadays it's all about the polyamory and the sex everywhere and the Tinder and whatever. So it's all very cool and based if you are for marriage. That's very cool and against the grain if you're for marriage. So that's what he's doing here. But why do we argue about consent, the age of consent, in order to say premarital sex? He's got this flimsy argument that premarital sex. The age of consent encourages premarital sex. Therefore, I'm not. The issue is a loss in the eyes of someone who took Sneeko seriously before this. Who took Sneeko seriously? Who took Sneeko seriously before this? You know what? It's okay.
Hey, why, if you're arguing, we can take sex out of it. Why, when you're arguing for marriage, do you want it to drop? Like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've got here, and look, guys, I have stated my bias. What do you want? But this is kind of where I get the bias from. But don't worry, when we get to the gender transition stuff, I'm gonna be against him. Marriage is the whole family unit. You got to take that into account. Seriously, where are the hoes at? I can't find any. Yes, you and Sparkles are just bouncing off each other. It's getting radioactive in this chat because of you two. Okay, so
16.
When did I say this one? They just want to have. I'm arguing for this because I believe in marriage. Sex should only be within wedlock. That's why I'm talking about this.
Why, if you're arguing, we can take sex out of it. Why, when you're arguing for marriage, do you want it to drop? Like, okay, 16.
When did I say? Just because I don't believe in the age of consent does not mean that I want it to drop.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. Sorry, Daisy. I'm sorry. Okay. Just relax. It's not that bad. Okay. I'm arguing for marriage. Like I saw that clip of what was it? One of the guys, one of the big React Tube guys, reacting to Moist Critikal, and he did that kind of reaction to something that Charlie said. He was yelling at the screen. To me, okay, maybe it's not equivalent. Okay, so then what are you arguing for? Exactly, what is the arguing for? Okay, so let's go back to the wording. Let's hear it all in all its glory again. Sorry, I know I haven't typed it. I was too busy reacting to it.
Be within wedlock. That's why I'm talking about this.
Why, if you're arguing, we can take sex out of it. Why, when you're arguing for marriage, do you want it to?
Let's take sex out of it. Okay, take sex out of it. Why, when you're arguing for marriage, do you take you want it to be lower? So now he's saying, I think it's reasonable for Charlie to say when you say I don't believe in the age of consent, which remember I said explain when he first said that, because that is weird. Well, not even weird. That just doesn't make logical sense to me. You have to be. Is there a logical way that you can say that I don't believe in the age of? You could say the age of consent discussion is irrelevant to me. No, it's still. No, it's sorry. You cannot say it's irrelevant. The I don't believe in the age of consent is just not it's not a position you can hold. It's not a position you should hold. It's not a position you can hold without there being repercussions and things that people can say about what the rest of your beliefs are. Because having a belief in consent, it's like a binary. Having a belief in consent or having no belief in consent. If there's no belief in age of consent, then it can be anything. And if it can be anything, okay. Let's take 6 of it. Okay. I like the way that Charlie put that. Why are you lowering it? Then he says, I'm not to lower it just because I don't believe in the age of consent doesn't mean I want it lowered. And I would say, I don't know, in my opinion, in my estimation, is that possible? Binary belief. If there is no protection, it is required. I don't feel like these are I don't feel like these are things that you can hold at the same time. Okay, so let's have him
to drop. Like, okay, 16.
When did I say, just because I don't believe in the age of consent does not mean that I want it to drop. Like, see, that's where like the internet can go apply that just because I'm saying,
well, no,
because you're saying the definition of an adult is 18. I'm saying that's an arbitrary number and that makes no sense. We should encourage marriage when people reach maturity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's split this up as well. I'm saying 18 is an arbitrary number. We should encourage marriage when people reach maturity. See, this is what was dangerous about this being so dangerous. What was annoying about this being so viral is because there was a win that Sneeko had against Charlie, which, yes, he uses Charlie's argument against him. Very good. But look what we're looking at. This is still Sneeko, boys and girls. This is still Sneeko. That's why I'm like, who really won? Because it's like, hold on, guys. We're still having this guy. We're still having this tape. Okay, here. Define the age of maturity. Well, Pagan, to him, the age of maturity is sexual maturity. It's puberty. And like I said, there are people that reach that level of maturity biologically at 11. He just wants to do children. This she.
That makes much more logical
That's
sense.
even more
That does not make logical sense. He thinks that makes more logical sense.
vague, though. Like, but also you directly
It's vague
did
because
say
it's
to me
different for
that
everybody.
when someone can legally drive, they should be able to legally marry. You did say that to me.
Right.
Okay. So we've got there. Let's see here.
You should encourage marriage when people reach maturity. That makes much more logical
That's
sense.
even more vague, though. Like, but also you directly
It's vague
did
because
say
it's
to me
different for
that
everybody.
when someone
It's vague because it's different for everybody. So it's just, you know what? It's just do whatever you want, and you know what? Just decide on the laws within your family. It's fine. The age of puberty varies. Consent implies on onus or responsibility that comes with puberty. Therefore, age of consent definitely is based on puberty. Yeah, but if I look at how far into puberty, because technically I fit that definition at 11. Okay, that doesn't mean, yes, I know I don't have these big titties. Everyone thinks that people that went through puberty early have big titties. It's not that. It's just you mature at that. You flower into womanhood and all of that stuff. The armchair philosophy in the chat today. Oh, it's great. That's what we're here for. Okay. No titties, no consent. Lock ordinary. Listen, they are there, but they're just not. We don't need it.
when someone can legally drive, they should be able to legally marry. You did say that to me.
Right.
You
When
can
somebody
legally drive.
Okay, so I'm saying that it's vague because it's different for everybody. So then he brings up, you said that to me when you said listen, just to disclosure of my cultural background. In South Africa, you have to be 18 to get your driver's license. So, but at the same time, you are allowed to drink once you're 18. In America, as I understand it, it's 21 to drink and 16 to drive. Very interesting that they are so far apart. 16, I think you can get a motorbike license, I think, in South Africa. Or something like that, but you can get your learners when you are 17, I think. Your learner's permit, so you have to have a qualified driver with you, a licensed driver with you. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, mostly South Africa is pretty liberal that way. Are you related to that South African guy who makes videos about China? No, I'm not related to him. But yay, South Africa. You said when somebody can legally drive, they should be able to legally marry. Okay, so that now Charlie is putting some of that previous stuff. He's doing that tactic of you defend, come and you defend this point.
Everybody is legally ready to drive. The same thing. I think adults should drive cars. That's why I told you that.
What?
But also, you directly
It's vague
did
because
say
it's
to me
different for
that
everybody.
when someone can legally drive, they should be able to legally marry. You did say that to me.
Right.
You
When
can
somebody
legally
is legally ready to drive, the same thing. I think adults should drive cars. That's.
I think adults should drive cars. To drive, because I think adults should drive cars. Okay.
That's why I told you that.
Yeah, but you 15 and 16-year-olds can drive cars. You said when someone can legally drive
Across the
they
world,
should
15
legally
and
marry.
16-year-olds can have sex too.
With each other. With each other. Okay? With each other. There is a big difference. Okay? What are we talking about, Rex? We are talking about the age of consent. The true idiot fight begins. Oh, thanks. Marge knows how this goes, so let's see. Ready to drive. I think adults should drive cars. Okay. Okay.
I think that people should
you
not
see what's-
operate. But see, you keep thinking that I'm saying this because I want the age to be lowered. That's not what I'm talking about at all.
That's what it comes across as, though. When you
maybe
say
with
that
the
you
internet brain, because people in the West, they want to have sex all the time and they have a different sort of mindset.
Okay, so he's going to have this. He's doing this. There it is. I guess that's what Marge was talking about, because said when somebody can legally drive, they should be able to marry. So now he characterizes this whole argument as this is because Charlie does say you're making it you're like you want the age of consent lowered. I will just add to the point here 15 and 16-year-olds around the world are allowed to have sex. Okay, you're making it sound like you want the age of consent lowered. Then he goes and characterizes the whole argument as this is internet brain. And he uses this. This is why I'm calling him grifter in that way, where she's just like the West. The West is all about sex. So he's using it as his platform to just talk about this.
Right. Here in the Middle East, I'm in the Middle East right now. That I'm saying this because I want the age to be lowered. That's not what I'm talking about at all.
That's what it comes across as, though. When you
maybe with the internet brain, because people in the West, they want to have sex all the time and they have
in the West, they want to have sex all the time.
A different sort of mindset, right?
Okay, so he's characterized.
Here in the Middle East, I'm in the Middle East right now. They want to get married, and
in the Middle East, they want to get married. Actually, that's not a separate point. In the Middle East, they want to get married. Okay.
And then have sex. So people, just because I'm saying this does not mean automatically lower. No. That's not the case at all. I want to ask you then, because you're
how do you let him go? How do you let him go? In the Middle East, they want to get married. He's characterized this whole argument. It's like, no, I'm arguing that you need to believe in some sort of. I want to pin you down on. What is consent to you? Do you have a concept of consent? And if you do not, I'm sorry, you are advocating for no age of consent for anything. It doesn't matter. We can do whatever the fuck we want. That's what you're doing. Don't try and say that's not what you're doing. Sorry, Daisy. Sorry. Don't yell. Don't yell. Okay. It's internet brain. So I'm going to put here using this issue to be grifty and show other opinions of you. Okay, in the content is publicly okay.
Insinuating that it sounds creepy and that I sound like a pedophile. What's the definition of pedophile?
Oh,
it's
and then have sex. Talking about it all.
That's what it comes across as, though. When you
maybe with the internet brain, because people in the West, they want to have sex all the time and they have a different sort of mindset, right? Here in the Middle East, I'm in the Middle East right now. They want to get married and then have sex. So people, just because I'm saying this does not mean automatically lower. No. That
he's repeating this just because he's just repeating this. It repeats arguments. Repeats arguments. Because arguing for because it's just repeating this argument. I'll just put a link there. See here. There. Okay, repeating this. I'm not arguing for lowering of age of consent.
That's not the case at all. I want to ask you then, because you're insinuating that it sounds creepy and that I sound like a pedophile. What's the definition of pedophile?
Yeah, so he's taken control of the conversation. Again, he is what's the definition of pedophile? So it's like, okay, I hope that we can get to this point where we actually talk about consent. So let's see where this goes. Okay, let's go no fill, but we want this, and we want this to be green. Okay, it's arguments. And then he goes and has his own thing. Goes, okay, what is the definition of pedophile? I can actually do this here. We could put that as a new topic. Yeah. But yeah, what is the definition of what is okay, copy, stop, paste. My migraine is coming back. Okay, we're gonna go for another half an hour and let's see where we get to, guys. 4 hours is the max here, but I'm really enjoying this. This is way more enjoyable than I thought it would be. I don't know if we're ever gonna get to the gotcha moment, but so far, the whole point is understanding that yes, Nico might have been right about that logic, but this logic over here, I'm not gelling with. Okay.
It is an adult who is attracted to children.
Yeah, it comes from the Greek word pedo means child and phile means love. So somebody who loves a child.
Nico, how are we not clipping this? How are we not clipping this? How is this not viral? Oh, because you know why? Exactly what you guys said earlier. It's because we expect this from him. The only reason that it goes viral when Charlie gets something wrong is because Charlie is not usually the stupid one. So that's what's happened here. Wow. What is the definition of pedophile? So he gives the definition. What's the best conversation that you've ever diagrammed? You know what's actually horrible to say now is not horrible. What's disappointing is one of my favorite conversations to diagram was between Blair White and Destiny, when they actually argued about the thing that we get to here, where they were talking about transitioning children. And it was a conversation. It was not a debate. Because they acknowledged that they weren't going to be changing each other's minds, they were able to have a very good conversation where they just basically expand on their thinking, and they explain what they think, and then the next person explains what he's thinking. So it was like Blair would say what she thinks, he would it would be a conversation, literally just a conversation of this person said something, I take a little bit of what they said and I talk about what I think of that. It was beautiful. And then, unfortunately, we've got Destiny losing his fucking mind lately. So that's a really unfortunate thing, because you can he had quite a nice conversation with Blair, but now I've got him on my timeline saying fuck the guy that died and all of that stuff. It's a bit rabid. So yeah, my favorite conversation was Destiny Blair. Yeah. Sneeko knows some boring semantics. Oh, well, that's the thing. A lot of that happens. Blair and Destiny, yeah. Blair and Destiny, they were talking about children transitioning. I don't think Latin works that way. Well, I don't know. Tell us. I think it has a definition in the DSM-5. Oh, please, don't come here with that. Definitions? But it differs for everybody. Fuck off.
Sounds creepy and that I sound like a pedophile. What's the definition of pedophile?
It is an adult who is attracted to children.
Okay, so we do listen. Another question that is answered, and I don't like hearing your mouth. Okay, I don't like hearing your mouth. Oh no, not that one. Yeah, that's an answered question. An adult that is attracted to children. Well done, Charles. If we were doing so health potions, he would have gone to max health. I swear he's on meth. Who? Destiny? I don't know. Destiny seems to be on something. Okay. An adult is attracted to children. Okay. Thank you for the answer. Look at Charlie answering questions.
Yeah, it comes from the Greek word pedo means child and phile means love. So
from the Greek word, okay, comes from pedo, meaning child, and phile, meaning love. Someone who loves a child. Okay, look, did he just want to be edgy there? Did he just want to say that and know and just go against it?
Somebody who loves a child.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
An adult who is attracted to a child.
To a child. Somebody who has not reached physical maturity.
Okay, so Charlie has to repeat for him.
Or a child.
Your scenario earlier was if a 16 and a 21-year-old, if both parties were consent, if the father.
Of course, this is the clip. Sorry, guys, we didn't see this in the beginning. What's the name? This is the clip that he wants everyone to see, right? Because it's the gotcha. So he says unedited, but obviously, what usually happens with videos is they say coming up. Which it's a thing that's how you get views. But yeah, sorry guys, I pressed something and went all the way back to the beginning. I'll play the beginning again just to remind everybody while we're here, because we're not going to finish this in time. Just hold on. I've never seen someone dissect a debate conversation like this. Is very fascinating. Well, thank you very much. It is it's fun. It's painstaking and if you enjoy this kind of thing, it's very enjoyable. But otherwise, you're like, why? A lot of the people are just like, why? It doesn't. What's the value of this? It's just so much fun, isn't it? Anyway, maybe he thinks it makes him sound smarter in opposition to Charlie's instinctual answer. Let's see. Okay, this is
what you believe in. I want to figure out where your beliefs come from. You personally believe that.
Okay, let's go.
I don't know why. I'm asking.
Even I there is under no circumstance.
If the U.S. government, age of 10, that
need to be. They can coexist.
Of whether
if he would wait.
So if pedophile is love of children,
if 15, 16.
When is somebody? So when is if a 21-year-old?
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to find my place back at the because I
is because in California, outlier that's probably not going to happen as much. High school versus senior in high school. What's the I consented and it was.
You think it is okay for a 10-year-old?
Your body becomes. I'm saying the difference between a child and adult is when you're physically and when you're biologically when you're.
Also, yeah, what will happen in future is I'll be able to actually break things down into clips a lot. And when I say future, I mean basically by October, I'll have more time for that. But as things are, it's going to just be the same old, where we just try to get through debate diagrams and see how it goes. But yeah, I've been promising to become more efficient for quite a while. But yes, and I'm responding to Nico. You might need to peer pressure Kitty into finishing a debate. Yeah, I'm going to be doing this a lot more in the future. I'm going to have a lot more time to do it. So I guess I can say that now. Yeah, I guess let's get that. I'll explain at the end of the stream. Okay, I'll explain at the end of the stream, which is in a few minutes, in 20 minutes anyway. Okay, I'll explain that just now. But let's just try and finish something off. Let's see.
And let me explain. When you're doing your arguments, it's coming from
establish exactly what an adult. So if somebody goes through puberty and they're physically the age of 16,
able to drive, you should be able to legally marry. Do you think it is okay for an
this
adult?
This is like every frame of pause. Absolutely, Dreamer. That is exactly it. The kind of people that watch EFAP are, if this is EFAPing a debate, we could call it EDAP if we want. Every debate a pause, or every point a pause, instead of EPAP. We could say EPAP something. I don't know. She's an EFAPper. Yes, I'm an EFAPper. Okay, so yes, that's a good question. I love that. Does the ability conceive equate to the ability of providing adult consent, or even to say exactly? That is a great question to talk about, because I could have conceived at 11. That does not mean I should have. That does not mean I could have consented to it. That's not a thing. Every debate a diagram. EDAD. I personally, because of House of the Dragon, I was wondering if I change my channel to House of the Diagram. Sorry, I enjoyed diagramming shows. So
to legally marry a
please, Rumble player.
This American way of this girl wants to have sex now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
16-year-old.
It seems
but there
like
needs to be an agreed upon place. Otherwise,
child, somebody who hasn't reached physical maturity.
Yeah, we almost there.
Somebody who loves a child. You're insinuating that it sounds creepy and that I sound like a pedophile. What's the definition of pedophile?
House of the Kitty. Yeah, it is House of the Kitty.
It is an adult who is attracted to children.
Yeah, it comes from the Greek word pedo means child, and phile means love. So, okay, so somebody who loves a child.
Okay. Yeah.
Charlie does smile there because it's just like, should we take points for that? I don't know. Let's see.
Okay.
An adult who is attracted to a child.
I think it would be bad faith, because it would be bad faith to agree that this person, that he really does mean someone who loves a child. He was just taking the words and saying, look, that's where the word comes from. Comes from Peter. Yeah. Okay. And then he repeats it. Repeats definition. An adult that is, he uses the words attracted to. I was gonna capitalize, but that would be me. To children. That is important to use the word attracted rather than love. Than just love. Because then what are parents doing to their children by just loving them? Jesus. Whoopsie. Okay, copy. Copy style. Okay. Now we needed to find a predator.
To a child, somebody who has not reached physical maturity.
Yes.
That's the definition of child. Somebody who hasn't reached physical maturity. It has nothing to do with 18. The definition of the word talks about physical maturity, not the U.S. government definition that you're basing it off of.
Ooh. Sneeko thought he was being impression. Actually, yeah, there you go, Rex. Actually, Peter means child and Philly means love. No, stop. Okay. Repeats an adult that is attracted to children, and then Charlie goes, it's based on physical maturity, not the government definition. Okay, and I will repeat that. It's an empty one. He's repeating it. I suppose we could put that as an empty as well because he's repeating it, but it kind of makes sense that no full, there we go. No, we want you to be blue. I would have wanted to repeat that as well. Okay, there, come now. It's based on it, and we have to go. We have the whole point of having a diagram so that we can do these relationship things. And one of his is based on a physical thing. We do have to make it realistic with everybody. We don't have to have, yeah, we'll keep it there. Adulthood is not something you can do. There we go. Okay, he is consistent. That's good for him. Okay. What's next? Super sticker. Oh my gosh, let me see what it looks like. Oh, it's a thumbs up. Guys, we got a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Hi to hosts. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Super like. I really appreciate it. I hope to see you around as we continue this journey because it's going to continue. Does Moist Critical do debates a lot? I don't actually think so. I think Sneeko does debates more. Like I saw on his channel now because I have been forced to look at his channel. He did a debate with Pokimane. There are limits to the amount of patience I can give people, okay? Pokimane. He's only debated Sneeko. Oh, twice. Okay, so he just has this thing with Sneeko. Sneeko just gets to him.
But there needs to be an agreed upon place. Otherwise, you get into this area. Again, you said when you can legally drive, you should be able to legally marry.
Right.
We don't have to talk about sex. Do you think it's okay to be marrying a 15 or 16-year-old? Probably not, right? Like I would imagine, probably not.
It depends. So this is where the
Oh, okay. So he goes, you're making it sound. Pizza adults attracted to children, but there needs to be a definition. Otherwise, there is a gray area and people will think you're interested. Well, think you want to. Okay. Well, you want to. I don't want to put this here, but that's what they're talking about. Okay. Copy style there, guys. I think my migraine's coming back. So this is we're on borrowed time here. When I stop seeing, we're done. They need a definition. Otherwise, there's a gray area. Let's go back to his answer. Because look how much we are just repeating ourselves. There you go. I know. It's messy now, but I think it's pretty and messy. Let's see, FitMap. That's what I like doing eventually. Is that sort of thing. Is look what they did with their conversation. Look what they did. Did he debate Sneeko about this the other time too? Yes, I think he did. I think that's what started their beef. Is Sneeko said that cuties was okay or something like that. Look, I don't know the whole lore of it, but that's what started their beef. And then they had this argument. They had this argument again, I suppose. And the difference now is that this time he got him on this transitioning kids discussion, because Charlie's argument for age of consent does not mirror his it doesn't sit well with his argument regarding whether a child can consent to changing sex, which is a very good argument to have people exposed to, make them think about it. That what you're trying to say is that a child can make this sort of decision. If they can make this kind of decision, then you're ascribing to them maturity that is inappropriate. So yeah, that there are two. There's we're the winners in this debate. Okay, Sneeko, no, and yes, Most Critical does lose afterwards. If there's no universal definition, I guess the judge would have to try every relationship before it starts in case by case. Exactly. Absolutely every single one to see if it's legal. Sorry, we need to have the Office of Relationships. That you got a permit for that relationship, you got a permit for that kiss, you got a permit for that date. Okay. That's it. Age
of consent becomes arbitrary. I don't even believe like that. Consent is a weird thing to even speak about, but it should be the father, right? If I want to marry a girl, I shouldn't even just get consent from her. I should get consent from her parents. She should want to say yes. Her parents should want to say yes. That's consent from the family, and then you get married. That's the Islamic way. That's the only way that makes sense. This American way of this.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine, I suppose. Yeah. Look, if the father allows it, you see, then we're getting we are in moral relativism land now, because if the father views it as that's the way it's going to be, then it's okay. And sorry, not sorry, I don't think so. Okay, if my father, when I was 11, said that I could go and be married off, he would be wrong. Oh, sorry, based tape. Sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm so liberal. I'm so liberal and so woke. Yeah. There needs to be a definition, otherwise there's a gray area. So he literally says age of consent is arbitrary. The age is arbitrary. Consent is not worth talking about, is weird to talk about, is a weird thing to discuss. It should be the father. Does he not know that the things on his arms, that's haram? Does he know that? Weren't you going to be a nun? I was going to be a nun, yes. At some point, I did consider being a nun. Well, did I tell you guys that? Or did you speak to somebody else? I mean, are you talking about someone else, Nico? I don't remember telling you guys that. Or maybe I did. I mean, listen, I sit on the internet for quite a long time every single week. I'm bound to have said that. I was going to be a nun. But I was 11 when I was considering that. Okay, I was 11 when that was what I wanted. I have a very nunnish look. Thanks, I guess. Halloween's coming up. I'll do. No, you know what? I can't do that yet. I did talk about. No. I'm not like accusing anyone of anything. I'm just like I forgot that I'd spoken about it. But yes, at 11, that is something that I considered. I wanted to be a nun. I thought it would be so cool. Big nose, no titty, nun fits right in. That works. That really does. Exactly. That's what I looked at myself and I said, you know what? This is a nun's body. Let's go, boys. I mean, let's not go, you know? Okay, so let's see. Look, I have a few minutes. Let's go.
This girl wants to have sex now. She gave consent, and then you get all these false allegations like, oh, she was drunk. Oh, she took it back. Oh, she retracted consent. All this stuff, like there's not even a specific way that we can define consent.
Okay, I understand the fact that I am with you on the whoa. You can't just regret and then say there was no consent. No, none of that. But you don't have You go all the way to the fucking ask my dad, and if he says it's okay when I'm 11, it's okay. No. This is what pisses me off when people think that that just because I'm not woke, I am far right. This is what far right is, boys. And this is what it used to be a liberal. This is what it used to be. This is the sort of shit you are arguing against as a liberal. But actually, what you're arguing against is transitioning children. It's a wild world, guys. It is. We're coming up on 4 hours, so I am going to stop. Even though I think this was a good place to stop in terms of we are at a loss for Sneeko, because people are acting like the only loss that happened here was Moist Critical. And what I will do is let's go into a one of these. Okay, I will go to the beginning of the video. We are not arguing transitioning. We are not arguing about it. It is not a question. I'm sorry, but just what I want to do here is just show you. You know what? I'll just go back to this. Here. Let's go back to the beginning. This is what started it all, because this is only what
my definition is anything.
Okay, so this is where he lost. Okay. I thought this was EDAB, 6 more hours. Let's go. Oh, you know what? I'll explain when we're going to do 6 hours. Okay.
Under 18.
That's exactly what
my definition is anything under 18.
That's exactly what a child is.
Yeah. I think that is a great line in the sand. If you are under 18, you are a child.
Your scenario earlier was if a 16 and a 21-year-old, if both parties were if the father was okay with it, the mother was okay with it, why not? Tell me a reason why that's wrong. Because you're getting
a child, one is not a child. That's the point.
Do you believe that somebody can go through hormone?
This is the main thing. Do you think that somebody can go through? This is the main thing that went viral.
Therapy. Can they change their gender if they're a child?
I think that's totally fine as long as everyone is consenting.
Yeah, you see that is the main loss that we got there. That is the main explosion. That's why this got on the map at all. But do you see what was being argued before that? We haven't even gotten to that. So I do want to get to that point. But that's the win that he's smiling at and being happy about on the internet. Okay. Because he flipped this whole argument on to Charlie, and Charlie had to admit it's a big loss. It is quite a big loss, guys. I agree. But that does not mean that Sneeko's right about the age of consent. So what does that say? One of my initial reactions to this clip was, when Sneeko is the voice of reason, it's gonna hurt. You know what? Sneeko hasn't been the voice of reason yet. He's had a couple wins, little tiny things. And why? It's kind of just been because Charlie's been weak, not because he's been strong. Sneeko's been strong. No, it's because Charlie doesn't know. So I think the main takeaway is, as the person who recommended this this debate to us has said, the main takeaway is, you know what? Figure out, question your beliefs. Mudge has said it. Jen has said it. Figure out your beliefs. What's underneath them? And you know what? Yeah, have conversations like this. And yes, I will continue with this debate. Unfortunately, okay. So let's get real here. Let's stop with the stop screen. Oh wait, let's hold on. One more thing before we do that. Let's go back to this this diagramming and go to our health bars. If you look at the health bars, the way they are, Sneeko has lost more, but that's because you're arguing that age of consent is irrelevant. You're arguing that. So I'm sorry. I'm even going to take a little bit more off. I'm going to have to take. I can't. I just optically as well. Just what, bro? You what, mate? That's it. Okay, -2's Nico. That's -2, apparently. Okay? We've lowered it. Don't worry, Charlie's going to take some massive hits from that clip. We haven't diagrammed that clip, so it hasn't come into effect. That's not in the timeline yet. What I will do is I can share this as it is, and then we'll have version 2 next week. Unfortunately, that's a thing. These things are so hot and topical, and then the week passes and nobody gives a shit about it. But I'll continue. If you guys want to do it, I'll put a poll up closer to next week, see what you guys want to do. But I think the best thing we can do, even if we don't do the whole debate, the best thing we can do for this is diagram Charlie's part. The thing is, we do want to get the full context of it. We do want to get how they got to that point, because he does refer back. But when they're repeating themselves over and over again, eventually we're going to just start copy pasting, I think, this block. Yeah. Sneaker would deconstruct a lot of quickly as well questions. Okay. So the age is arbitrary, whatever. So let's see. We'll see how Charlie goes on. But so far, yeah, there is no greater loss than arguing that the age of consent is okay. But you know what? If anything, that can make Charlie pick up the idea that, hey, maybe I need to reconsider what I'm advocating for when I advocate for kids transitioning. Okay. Yeah, I'll put the link in the comments or in the description. I'm using XMind. Remember that XMind is a tool. They don't share any of the views expressed anywhere on this channel. They're just a tool, and it's a great tool, and that's what we're using it. So if you want to do that, do that. Yes, just the thing that I wanted to talk about. Yes, if you luckily we are a monetized channel. Thank you very much. That's really exciting. So the plan is to spend full time, mostly for at least a couple months, on this channel, but that is not going to happen right now. I'm expecting to bring in more and do more with the channel by the end of September. That's when it's going to happen. And that's, I suppose, to what I will do is create memberships in September. So that's the kind of announcement, I guess, that I could say, is that memberships are coming in September. I didn't feel like I could have created memberships, but I'm not creating anything new or anything extra that could be worth the membership to anyone. So that's only coming at a later stage, but it is coming. So like and subscribe, stick around until then. Things are gonna, I'm trying to make this better, and everybody's feedback on how to make it better, I really appreciate it as well. Thank you so much to the people that have been here for quite a while already, who have sat through my other diagrams where I've diagrammed shows and all kinds of things. Yeah, I diagram everything. This is the first debate diagram in a while, and clearly it's brought some new people around. Thanks, Margin, for suggesting this. And yeah, I will finish it. I will get to Charlie's loss, at least. That's the promise I'm making. But yeah, have a nice life. Here's actually the last thing I can say to you. And I'll have better, I suppose I'll have better clips in the future. Just that's my channel. My channel is scuff and hope for less scuff. Stick around.
Go and subscribe, you shit.
Okay, thanks. Bye.